Good. So we are live now, and I actually, okay. So I would like to welcome you all for the mid-reviews presentation. We are presenting today mid-review presentations from Synthetic Landscape Lab, chaired by Professor Claudia Pasquero on the Institute of Urban Design at the University of Innsbruck. I'm Teresa Greszkova and I will be moderating today's session. So before we start, I would like to have a little introduction from all the courses. We will have a mixed review and every time we will see a slightly different course. So we have 3 courses presenting today. First one is the course of Design Studio 3 and 4, which is 3rd and 4th year student. The studio is called Terra Farms and has been tutored by Professor Claudia Pasquero, Dr. Marco Poletto, and Corbinia Nenzinger. And I would maybe ask Marco to say a couple of words to introduce the studio.
Sure. Very briefly, Terra Farm is about the farming industry, of course, which is the world's biggest polluter, arguably, but also probably one of the world's biggest innovator at the moment. So with the studio, we try to spend a few weeks doing research and trying to explore how in the real world effectively the farming industry is conjuring a version of synthetic landscape that is indeed surprising in many respects, quite frightening. But as we will see, there has been a huge amount of innovation coming from the realm of artificial intelligence, as well as synthetic biology and automation entering this field. And so the project have now matured from the research into obviously a kind of more into kind of proposals, although they are not fully formed yet, but they begin to describe new fields of investigation of landscape architecture within this new kind of realm of synthetic farms. So you will see projects that are ranging from looking at marine habitats, coral reefs, to projects that are dealing, in fact, with the future of meat and other topics. And so hopefully there will be a kind of big enough range to get a glimpse of you know, where this new territory is going. That's pretty much in a nutshell what we've been doing so far.
Thank you, Marco. And the second course is a theory course that has been led this year by Ilaria Di Carlo. And I would like to ask you, Ilaria, to shortly just introduce what was the objective of the investigations so far.
Sure. The class was really about trying to understand what a synthetic landscape is from a theoretical and philosophical point of view. So trying to give to the students some references about the theoretical frame that is at the base of this methodology. So we have been investigating different authors, different theories, and we have tried to come out with a sort of a glossary, a definition of synthetic landscapes. So you will see there are 2 different groups and how they have been tackling giving a definition through the use of the bibliography and the literature that has been examined together.
Thank you, Ilaria. And lastly, we have Design Studio 2, 2nd year students with the topic of cyberorganic ecosystems, tutored by Professor Claudia Pasquero and Maria Kuptsova, and also co-teach for the school courses by Vadim Smaktin and Artem Koneshik, sorry. And so I would like to ask Maria, just shortly introducing your course.
Thank you, Teresa. Yeah, today we'll present the work of our cyber-organic ecosystem studio. We are working on the Oberberger See. It's the South Tyrol, very beautiful area. And we approach this site as one project, looking for establishing new system of relationship with this landscape. We are located in one of the most beautiful lakes in the Alps, and actually we started the studio from the research trip in this lake where we had a chance to observe this area. And from the first actually point of view, we are looking to the natural part of the landscape, which is just in a second, you're understanding that you're located in a purely artificial and man-made scenario. So, but basically what we are aiming at these days, we are aiming at learning the intelligence, the processes, the behaviors which are present in this landscape in order to convert it into the possibly productive system. So, and today we will be presenting 5 different projects, 2 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon, which are all looking to the site from the different points of view. Ones are looking to the hydro erosion system in the area, trying to convert it into the new type of the watery systems. Other are developing artificial cyber gardens based on the different plants and myceliums which are present on the site. Some others looking to the interspecies interaction, but I won't reveal all the projects, and I'm really looking forward to the presentations.
Thanks. Thanks for the introduction, Teresa, and welcome everybody. I just wanted to point out Teresa is also part of the studio TerraFarm with the seminar associated to the studio with a similar role that in this case Vadim and Art and as in this design too. Okay, perfect. We can go forward, maybe introducing the guests.
Yeah, thank you, Claudia. Of course, I forgot to introduce myself. So, as part of the investigations on the landscape, and I would also like to introduce all the guests reviewing and visiting us for these reviews. So, of course, we have our chair of the Institute, Professor Claudia Pasquero, head of the Institute of Urban Design and co-founder of the Synthetic Landscape Lab at the University of Innsbruck. We have here Dr. Marco Pelletto, director and co-founder of the design innovation firm Ecologic Studio, and also external examiner at the Synthetic Landscape Lab. I would like to welcome also Ilaria Di Carlo. She's an architect, urban planner, writer, and researcher, and also a visiting lecturer at the Synthetic Landscape Lab this semester, and also currently lecturing history and theory in the design courses at Bartlett School of London at UCL. Furthermore, I would like to welcome Anna Rita Papesci, visiting researcher at Synthetic Landscape Lab, theory tutor, and former tutor of Bartlett UCL, and also this time visiting researcher at the Institute of Synthetic Landscape Lab at the Urban Institute of University Innsbruck. Furthermore, I would like to welcome Apostolos Mosakopoulos joining us, our dear colleague, PhD candidate and lecturer at the Synthetic Landscape Lab, Corbinian Enzinger, as you might know him, also leading the D3D4 studio, lecturer at the Synthetic Landscape Lab, architect also at the Ecologic Studio, also Maria Kuptsova, lecturer and researcher and PhD candidate. And of course, I also see here, thank you, Artem Koneshik joining us for especially for this session. I think you were joining us also for the afternoon session of the D2 Studios. as a visiting tutor at Synthetic Landscape Lab. And I think we will have also Vadim Smaktin joining us, especially for the slots of the designers, 2 studios coming in to support. And lastly, me, Teresa Kreskova, also lecturer and researcher at Synthetic Landscape Lab, PhD candidate, collaborating with Ecologic Studio. So shortly after this introduction, I think we have quite a broad range of researchers and lecturers, and really myself very interested in the discussion coming from the studios and from the courses. And the introduction of the courses already made me very curious about the discussion and about the project. So I would like to welcome first group presenting the Design 3 and Design 4 studio TerraFarms with the topic of Buffalo, Stephanie, Felix, and Martina. You can slowly share your screen and prepare for your presentation. I would like to further just announce that the presentation for you should be around 7, maximum 10 minutes long, so that we have enough time for comments.
Yeah, great. So I think now you should see the screen, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, great. So I'm gonna start. So first of all, welcome to a presentation. Before heading to our research, I want to show you our site, which is located in Istanbul, situated between the Black Sea and the Marmara Sea. And because the topic of the design studio, the TerraFarms, we decided really to deepen our research on the topic of agriculture. So in our project, we really focus on the traditional agriculture of Istanbul. As you can see in Istanbul, you can find mainly 3 different types of traditional agriculture. So there's the charcoal production, the forestry, and last but not least, the buffalo breeding. And for me personally, it's always really exciting to observe the interaction between the human and the non-human takes place. So especially in this context, the human really benefits from the buffalo while these are suffering. And although buffalo farming has really a great enrichment for the culture and also the tradition there. And that's also why it is a great concern to us to really immerse ourselves in this culture and study this topic intensively. And when it comes to buffalo breeding in the region of Istanbul, the Anatolian water buffalo dominates. These animals come originally from India and China and prefer wetlands, rivers, lakes, and swamps too. Due to their territory, their diet really consists mainly of aquatic and marsh plants. But what is the benefit of breeding buffaloes for the locals? Well, mainly the buffalo milk is obtained, which can be further processed into various products such as buffalo mozzarella, kaimak, sütlak, or other many products. And if one deals with the subject of buffalo breeding, it seems really quite idyllic, because when you see pictures in the internet, which is really showing the water buffaloes laying it in the ponds and so on. However, the reality does not always look that nice. And that's why we have some pictures to show, which really illustrate how the buffalo farming looks like. And unfortunately, buffalo breeding nowadays looks everything else than species fairly. I have also to mention that buffaloes are not only, as shown before, kept in a barn, because sometimes the farmers also keep them in the open, but in comparison to the large space requirement, which is really a must for the buffalo, the provided areas are usually way too small. So consequently, it comes to the overuse of the soil, which is also bad for the environmental there. And another point is that although there would be suitable food in the open field, the buffalo is fed with soy, which is definitely not sustainable and also not healthy for the buffalo, because soy does not contain all the required nutrients which the buffalo needs. And that's why we had the idea to take a closer look at the plants which buffaloes prefer in general. So this leads us to this beautiful graphic where we've cataloged the different plants. And in the first row on the top, these are the absolute favorites of the buffalo, like reed or purple loosestrife or buggleweed. Unfortunately, these plants, which I've mentioned before, also occur in the areas where the buffalo feels comfortable. So in this case, next to ponds and as a consequence in the wetlands too. But I think Martina will show you those places afterwards. And due to our research, we also found out that really an important condition for these plants to thrive is the suitable soil at the Tercos Basin, which is very nutrient-rich, nitrogen-rich in a way too.
So as initialized data for the location of the vegetation and also some other aspects, we have chosen an orthophoto of our section, and the data for the image as well as for the further analysis were obtained by the ESA satellite. To better interpret the vegetation, we use different techniques, like here the infrared image, to get a better understanding of the chlorophyll content of the landscape. And the chlorophyll gives us the information about the vegetation and also partly about the health of the vegetation. To then reduce the airborne particles and the noise, an atmospheric image technique is used. This way, clear fields of vegetation and also the build-up area are created more detailed. So the graphic is used for a better understanding of the area for us. The height map is also really important for data analysis, as it can be used to determine the slope of certain areas, which can be data used for us in the design process. However, getting back to the buffalo, we undertook a more detailed study of the vegetation and draw a conclusion about the plant species and vegetation itself. So this is very important for the buffalo's diet and also as its habitat, as he requires special factors. So the pink area here shows the densely forests, in orange there are the bushes, and the fields and agriculturally space is in blue. Although since not only the plant species, but also the wetlands play an important role for the buffalo, since, as we mentioned, the buffalo has to cool down at higher temperatures, we have also determined the wetlands using the ESA Sentinel-2 data. So the wetlands are shown here in turquoise, and the darker the area, the more humid the region is. In order to be able to make a comparison in the next steps, we have also created the data set for the year 2016. And as requested, we have also saved the histograms of the individual graphics in this place. So to sum it up, this picture I think shows very good how rich the biodiversity in this area is. And it consists of marshland, forests, scrubs, and also open grassland. So this photo was taken in the area by a photographer named Nick Hobbs, who we also contacted, and he provided us with a lot of photo materials of the area to give us a better insight. But not only the biodiversity in the plant kingdom is very high, but also in the animal ones. So beside the buffalo, there live a municipality of different animals in the area as well. And in order to get the most important ones in relation to the buffalo, we had a closer look on the birds, the marsh frog, the black buffalo fly, and also the duck. The special thing about these species is that they live together with the buffalo and they mutualize. So what is mutualism? As you can see this picture, the animals live together in this area and also benefit from each other. So the marsh frog, for example, climbs up on the buffalo's back to eat the flies and fleas out of its fur, and at the same time to warm itself on the buffalo. So the birds do this as well. So they also take the buffalo as a food source. So the buffalo puts up with this because otherwise he would be plagued by the parasites. And it is also exciting to observe that the migratory birds, as you see in the right picture, also live in symbiosis with the buffalo. And this is because they migrate annually over the area near Istanbul on their journey to south and the way back as well. And most migratory birds take the route from Europe via Istanbul to the south and back, as you can see this map. And in order to better visualize the route and also the flocking behavior of the birds, we try a kind of experiment and map the different routes of the bird and the flocking behavior.
So we see in our story, following the notion of Löwenhaupt, seeing how disturbance might initiate a story of the life of the animals, humans, and plants in the area. It is a story of a mutual relationship, as Martina just said, making new landscape assemblages possible, like she states. So in the respective area, coal mining for electricity was done for over 80 years, heavily disturbing the natural balance and completely transforming the local ecosphere before buffaloes found salvage in the flooded pits of these old mines. They started using them as wallows, encouraging water meadows to form, becoming a key place for rich biodiversity and multi-species interactions. So how do they interact and how do these systems at our site play together? It makes sense that telling stories of landscape requires getting to know the inhabitants of the landscapes, human and non-human. So we have been looking at local forms of agricultural traditions, animals, plants, and organisms in the basins. And we learned about mutualism, like the hitchhiker frogs eating the parasites of the buffalo, whose milk is especially important for traditional Turkish cuisine. So all the pictures shown in our presentation, like Martina said, are actually from the respective area, and they're taken by this local guide we're in contact with, and he's closely working together with art projects concerned with huge infrastructural plans that have been impacting the area, like the Canal Istanbul or the new Istanbul airport, for example. We have been looking into autonomous herding solutions and possible ways of adapting them for our sites. And an autonomous drone-based herding system, like a common that is shared between the farmers of the area. So studies show that, like Felix said in the beginning, that the buffalo is best kept freely and not in a barn. And in order to guarantee best milk and meat quality, so our product is also about claiming and reclaiming this buffalo territory. Within similar projects, there is reportedly an interaction between the drone and the animals being herded using advanced AI machine learning. So in Ireland, for example, they call it Cowboy as a herding tool. The drone monitors the buffalo, which has, for example, a collar, and reports back to the farmer on the cow's health and location. So since farming is becoming increasingly unattractive, especially doing everything by hand, the land, mainly owned by the state in this case, could be made available for animals, and using this system, it would monitor and herd the buffaloes as autonomously and dynamically as possible.
Sorry, Steffi, for jumping in. You are slightly running out of time, so just
we have I have like 2 minutes left, if that's okay.
Cool. Go for it.
So here you can see that small stations in a dynamic farming system could be installed all over the area we're investigating, and those could learn how to best interact with the animals so they could decide freely when to be milked. So the more information the drones gather, the more intelligent the herd gets. And as I said, there's a dialogue between the human, the animal, and the machine. So AI can be used to analyze the herding grounds and avoid overuse of certain areas. It allows to dynamically guide the buffaloes, guaranteeing optimal feeding conditions and consequently great agricultural products. So we have been looking into creating drawings reflecting our idea herding systems mapped with Colebra. So where the animals are represented as points that follow the drone with a certain area in a controlled way, as you can see here. And we've also started to use machine learning on our site. I will now finally briefly show you the progress we've made so far when it comes to machine learning using CycleGun. And this will kind of course, eventually replace the drawings to make more homogeneous landscape drawings of our project also. And as input, we use the drone herding, our flow lines, and also the topography to get started. So here and also on the next slide, you can see the process in its different epochs for the drone herding, leading to this drawing actually. And on the next page, you can see the drain lines we initially did to show where the buffalo likes it, like Felix and Martina said, if he likes it where it's wet. And it's the lakes and the ponds in the area actually. And finally, the process with the topography of the area is shown here. This was actually our first cycle to get started with it. And as I said, this will eventually replace the other drawings to make more homogeneous landscape drawings of our project. So, well, thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. I would, before we open the comments, I would also like to welcome Stefan Siegel, who is also our colleague, PhD researcher and the tutor at the Synthetic Landscape Lab, and he's joining us for the comments. So we can open the discussion.
Thanks for the presentation. I really enjoyed the project, and I think this latest development are going in the good direction. I'm just wondering with your activism whether you're going to Istanbul in the break, because I think there is something missing of your understanding to the site, and I wouldn't want as professor to suggest you to go there if it's not possible at the moment. I didn't have the time during the presentation to check whether you can travel or not, but I would suggest that a site visit will be actually a relevant point for your project to change some of the analysis you've done until now into something different and really change the way you see the project. There is something on the aspect of analysis of the site that could be either through a visit to the site or through the development of a prototype that I think could allow you to do a step forward on this side. While on the side of the larger territorial proposal, I think there has been a really good development since I saw you last time. But maybe let's open to comment also to guests that have not seen your project before.
I also just wanted to reflect on the progress of the drawings and on the mapping of the large-scale urban area. I think the progress has been well, and I'm just also myself already curious how you are going to use in future, also in my course parallel to this design studio, how you're going to actually use the vegetation and wetness areas, mapping the, allowing you to map actually the areas of rich potential for the buffalo herding, and how that would also actually maybe potentially influence and feed the information towards these landscape transformations.
Yeah, if I can jump in. Do you hear me correct? Well, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you guys for the presentation. I think that you're opening amazing topic, super beautiful, absolutely relevant, and set of technologies that you're investigating, just absolutely impressive. All the guys who are working with Claudia, myself, Vadim, and Artem in our studio, please follow all the presentations just to also enrich your vision. I think it's absolutely impressive, and I think that also the tools that you are using in the project are so relevant and bringing so much of ideas and vision. I would maybe suggest you to look more precisely to this last experiments of the machine learning, get as much control as you can of this tool, and actually describe the process, but not from the mechanical and technical point of view, but really controlling and thinking, what do you bring with that? Because the data set that you're using, or basically the base image that you're using within the process, is affecting drastically the outcome, and how precisely you are controlling these inputs. As more precise you're controlling the inputs, as larger control you're having of the outcome. So maybe that this part was not very clear for me in your presentation. I know that you're not maybe at the step yet to discuss it that widely, but maybe the kind of the implementation of the machine learning, how do you want to approach it? What is the kind of a new qualities of the landscape that you want to investigate with that? Are you preparing the kind of a strategy for the distribution of this farmland? Are you tracking the dissemination of the birds? And but I think that you're bringing so many relevant topics. I want to underline it again, which are not very clear in your presentation, how they are, for me at least, how you want to discover them. But still, I want to congratulate you for this type of work, and yeah, say again that you need to really look into this technique and see how this could be a driving point of your investigation, but really looking into the process of it, not only of the final outcome.
Thank you.
Maybe I can just jump in if that's okay. I think it's extremely fascinating what you guys have done here. And I mean, let's go in steps of 1 second before jumping to this latest development with machine learning. That obviously, maybe just to make a quick parenthesis, this part, it kind of feels a bit, difficult to relate with the rest, but because it's in progress, it's understandable. But I think that your first approach on herding and automated herding, I think it's super interesting on its own, for instance, and perhaps I think it would benefit that these maps that you are doing, I think you were kind of explaining at certain point, discussing, the lines are the buffaloes, and I found a little bit maybe not super clear, the relationship in between the automated herding, I don't know how to call them, agents, and the actual buffalo. So maybe, I don't know, some sort of visualization that looks at either it's animated or is looking at different times. Maybe that would help in kind of making that part clear. But like beyond that, I think obviously now it's the very key part is how to intersect this idea on herding and the as actually Teresa was trying to say, and this idea of modification of the landscape itself, and the tools that you're having are extremely fascinating. I mean, I'm looking at this image right now, and it's so powerful. But then at a certain point, I'm actually questioning myself about, I mean, this piece of land, this landscape that you're looking at right now is gigantic. I think, Istanbul is just a small point at the end of the Bosphorus, if I'm not mistaken here, and it's a gigantic city, right? It's huge. So so I'm trying to think about scale here, and how you are going to kind of simulate huge masses of buffaloes going around here, and at the same time the scale of these new water basins that somehow you are proposing. So somehow it's a very how can I say, it's a one point of view on a landscape that is extremely complex. I don't know if this helps or is muddling a little bit the water here, but I wonder if perhaps maybe even at this scale, just taking in consideration, just the water, the buffalo, and the actual kind of the agents that drive the buffaloes, is a way too reductive, because obviously here there is also like a massive human element, right? Which is the even just if we want to kind of very roughly speaking at this scale, it would be, the city, like the mass of the city somehow, not to mention all the rest of the complexity of it. So I'm not sure how, you could perhaps reframe that, if it's a matter of scale, or if it's a matter of maybe adding at least another layer of complexity to your system. But I think, I mean, obviously right now what we are looking at, it's extremely, focused onto only the system of the buffalo and their living habitat, which is a bit too reductive for me. But otherwise, I think it's obviously as a working process, it's extremely fascinating, and I think it was extremely well presented. So I'm really well done.
Thank you.
And we have space for one short comment.
Yes, so maybe I can just add on what Annarita was saying about the complexity layer. There is, first of all, congratulations for the presentation, because again, as the other ones have said, it was greatly presented. What reminds me here is let's say, the complete opposite of a project that was done many years ago by MVRDV, which was the famous pig farm, no? And that was an intensive project, and it was totally done through an anthropocentric point of view. You're taking a completely opposite direction, that is looking at the territory first. But when you're dealing with that kind of farming, which is not intensive, but it's kind of nomadic breeding, there is one element that becomes super important, and it's the geological one, the mineral one, because the way in which animals move, most of all when we are dealing with animals that have hooves, like the buffaloes, they have an incredible effect on the geology that they traverse. And I think that you should look to this geology in a sectional way. So how you have been talking about geology, you have been talking about the nutritions of the land, you have been talking about the marshes that you encounter, but always in a very narrative way. I think you should start looking in a sectional way, how this mass of animals, not only the buffaloes, but the rest, is actually constructing a dialogue, a three-dimensional dialogue with a geology which has its importance. In a way, when you deal with the topic of farming, you always deal with the sectional circularity. So it's important to see how the soil reacts, not only to the use, but also to the passage.
Yeah, it's a very good comment, and I really enjoy the parallel with the MRDV project in that sense. Maybe that could be explored both through drawing, but also, as I said before, through physical model and material exploration. I think this sort of geological aspect and how these affect the relationship between the human and non-human inhabitant in the territory could be something to bring forward.
I think Artem wanted to add something as well, more on a technical level.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I have a little comment that there is a bunch of neural networks that are supposed to improve the image resolution, and yeah, so reach me out. I will share the scripts for the to improve your imagery. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Artem.
Quick?
Yeah.
Okay.
Bye, Apostolos.
Hello. First of all, congratulations. The research was stunning. And apart from that, I wanted to add a bit on what has already been said about the use of drones and the use of the automata inside the herding and so on. And I was thinking, while my colleagues were talking, that you could incorporate different sets of automata that work together in a way that you can already control the herding, but also control the landscape through a different distribution of plants and different ways, different species of plants throughout the landscape. And you could also see this automata control, let's say, in different layers. As Ilaria was saying, there could be an underground layer of automata working with nutrients of the soil, for example, the nutrient distribution of the soil. Then there could be another one that is doing the herding, and it's on the ground level. And then there could be one that is inspired maybe by the birds, and could be distributing seeds of different plants, for example, in the landscape.
Thank you, Apostolos, for your comment.
Maybe,
I would also...
Sorry, I know that you want to move forward, but I just wanted to say that maybe at this point also to try to organize your ideas at different scales and you know, through the multiple systems that you have brought into this fantastic narrative and research. I think what would be quite useful to do is a diagram, like a kind of a what we call a cybernetic diagram, where you try to depict the kind of mutual dependencies, let's say, the mutual feedback loops of influence. No, so you have many actors, many systems in this narrative. Can we try to lay out on a page what influences what, right? And so what kind of feedback loops you can imagine, or you can begin to orchestrate and to coordinate in this protocol essentially that you are developing. And so now you have almost like you have a cast of actors and systems, but you don't have a protocol that kind of clarifies the mutual relationships and dependencies. I think it would be really useful to sketch that. I think that would be also a way for you to organize or understand the scales in a way that is not like the linear traditional you know, understanding of segregation between you know, architectural scale, landscape scale, territorial scale, etc., but something that is much more related to the actual influence that these systems have on each other. So like, for example, like you said, something as tiny as a fly effectively has an influence on, you know, much bigger creature, which in turn has an influence on the territorial scale through its movement and you know, and impact on the soil and the ground. So, you know, there are these kind of dependencies that become fundamental. Of course, you will have to highlight which one for you are the most relevant, perhaps, no? That will help you also organize your ideas and your drawings and what, you know, what brings to the forefront. But yeah, I think that would be quite nice to do in the next few days. But very well done. I enjoyed the presentation a lot.
It would be very interesting to use this diagram as a machine learning input as well, maybe.
Thank you, everyone, for your comment. Sorry, Steffi.
Yeah, but I just add, as Claudia said before, I've been there at the site in October, and there's currently a very great exhibition on the whole issue of the Canal Istanbul, and it's actually very critical because it's at the center of Istanbul at the Istiklal, so very, very critical. And it's done by Salt Biolo, and it's in connection with the Climavore guys, so they're actually upholding this cooking tradition, and it's just one part of one of their topics. So it's actually, yeah, it's really great. You can also check it online. Yeah.
Thank you, Steffi. Thank you, everyone, for the comment. I will be keeping the time, so please don't take it personally if I'm trying to move on. Also, I wanted to request everyone, since we are so many people, if you didn't get a chance to talk, write to the students directly in the chat, and please, students, just look at the chat and you might receive some messages from us giving you other suggestions. Or if there is something you want to ask further, please let us know again in the chat. And I would like to welcome Vadim, who is joining us for the second year students. I already introduced at the beginning, so just hi, and we are going to move to the next group, which is the Design 2 studio of Macro Landscapes, Felix, Jordi, and Oscar. Please share your screen and try to be precise on time with your presentation that I understood should be about 8 minutes long.
All right. Hello. First of all, a quick sound check and screen sharing check. Are we all right now?
All good.
All good.
All good.
Okay, then let's go. Yeah. For our topic, we wanted to have the choosing a unique ecosystem that we find in the Alps. And we're looking at the Alps, it's home of a lot of different inhabitants. And so the goal was to get one place in the Alps where we can find basically everything from the eagles flying at about 20,000 feet to animals living inside of water in the lake. And that's the way we came to Obernberger See. It's the region basically located in the center of the Alps, about 6 square kilometers big. And in this place, we find so many interesting facets of our mountain range here. And it was very interesting to get it all close to one image. And yeah, another thing it's also very close to Innsbruck. So on the site, we were there in autumn and collected lots of different data, mostly photographs from all the facets that we have there. I think you can already see a couple of them now that there's basically, the images could have been taken in different places, but it's all the same. So first, for an overview, we're going to look at the frontal view. The idea that we had on the side is to collect details, and even more details from the bottom part to the upper part and everything in between. So the method of that we chose is compositional photography. This image is, of course, not the uncompressed one, because that would not be able to be sharing here on Zoom. It's made out of 208 42 megapixel photos combined with overlapping about 45%. And that gives us the flexibility to dig as deep into the image and into a part of it as we need and as we find interesting. And also like scanning the images of, it's basically we have 2 images. Far away, the big one, and then the closer we get, we can see, we can like get lost in the image. Sometimes I think it's interesting to look a bit outside of the box and view things the way we normally cannot see them as humans. And especially here, we can see, if using inverted colors, that all the facets that we find in the Alps stand out with different colors, more unnatural colors, and it's a bit more contrasty to find that out. And another way the human eye cannot see is via depth. So of course, we can see via depth, but not colorful depth, black and white depth maps. So a way to visualize them. Now I would ask Felix to tell us a bit more about the different facets that we encounter there.
We now can start getting a closer look at the area and the way it adapts to changes in altitude and gradients. By getting steeper and higher, the population of animals and plants is getting less due to the lack of nutrition and oxygen. And this is shown on this slide.
All right, let's continue to bird's eye. Using satellite images and height data, our goal was to extract as many details overall, basically, so that we have the flexibility to move around like we would have there with a very large and expensive drone. And this way we can travel around the site as all the places that we want, and also simulate shadows. The situation that we have here is basically noon in the summertime, but it's also, we can do everything. And again, Felix.
Yeah, a more mathematical approach is using contour lines. the closer the lines are, the steeper is the terrain, obviously. And this helps us to get an overview of our location. Therefore, we also created point clouds and also the contour lines in 3D. And this is a more abstracted view, and it underlines the steepness and shows where everything is coming together. To dig deeper in our site, we are now setting the focus to the rocks, because that's obviously the material our mountain is mostly made of. Due to its exposure, the rock is very affected by rain and snow. So water erosion sort of corrodes the surface and forms a beautiful pattern, as you can see in the big right picture. Yeah, here is also a collage of a catalog of our erosion. We started by using a small detailed picture out of our gigapixel photo, created the depth map, and simulated the erosion.
Okay, for the second part, we're going to look at the site from above with a real satellite photo, so no animated renderings. We have these satellite images as a basis for further analysis that we will dig into now. And it gives us a complete overview of the areas that we find in the location, but we have to keep in mind that it's a very flat look, and height and gradients are a lot more abstract. So to play around a little bit with that, and show in our two-dimensional screens the gradients and basically the shapes that we find in the area, I would like to ask Oscar to tell us a bit more about that.
Yes, we made a depth map of the top view, where you can see the terrain and its height differences better. And we also applied different layers which show the orientation of the slope of the mountain and the visualization of the gradients. And there's a close relation between those aspects. And the terrain has also a big impact on the absorption of the solar radiation. And as you can see on the left side, there's a huge contrast between the hottest day and the coldest day of the year, which affects the snow and ice freezing and melting times. And since 1970, nothing has changed on a large scale, but that shows a constant and stable ecosystem.
Here, the simulated water flow of the whole area might look a bit extreme, but in reality, it's pretty close to nature. Especially the water streams we have seen before, which are formed by rain and avalanches, can be found on the mountain in a similar way as the simulated pictures here.
So, as we were now talking a bit more about rain and water formation, hydro erosion, we can here focus more on that side. And thing that stands out is that at high altitudes, we can recognize the shape or the impact that the water has over there a lot more than on lower altitudes, where everything is a lot smoother and of course flatter. Especially when look to the lake completely flat as a contrast to the sharp rocks on top of the mountain. So on the topic of rock and water and how they all play together, let's abstract it first of all with increased contrast in black and white, so that we have rocks that stand out more. But let's bring that even a bit further. At the moment we can only see rocks, and most of them natural rocks. But the thing that stands out is that at low levels, you also find a lot of man-made paths. And of course, these are also made out of rocks. And yeah, the rocks on the top and even on the bottom, but not as much, they are shaped by melting ice, snow, and also, of course, the source of all that ice is rain. So we have Oscar now to tell us a bit about the situation with rain at the Obernberger See.
Yes, we looked also at the rainfall at the Obernberger See, and there's a lot more rainfall and days of rainfall in the summertime than in the wintertime. And all the rainfall that leads into the lake could be used for farming, stored as drinking water, and turned into hydropower. And this way there would be a efficient handling of the additional water, and it would also provide a sustainable distribution of the water and a sustainable agriculture.
Okay, to sum everything up, we focus now on 3 interesting areas around the, and also at different altitudes around our site. And here's basically what Oscar just said, all the possibilities. We can encounter a lot of, we have the space there to look at the possibilities that Oscar just told us and adapt them to altitude. As we can see, the more grayish one, a bit at a higher altitude, gives us separate possibilities than the very close one to the water down there with more area without trees and more water. So yeah, the goal is for us to show a more as interesting as it gets the site and the whole overview, so that we can all see how it all works together and everything is dependent from each other. And yeah, that's about it.
Thank you very much, guys, for the presentation. I think there has been maybe I jump in since there's a silence and open up comments. So thanks for your work. I think there has been a very interesting set of the drawings that you have been presenting and developing during this half of the semester. And I want to give you a special compliment because you have developed all the skills from absolute scratch. And I think there has been very outstanding actually drawings that you are presenting. And I would suggest you maybe to focus and observe these drawings more and look to the techniques that you have been studying as the erosion technique more as a system that you could be developing and pushing further on as a design tool, which will start shaping certain elements of the landscape and help you to bring the proposal and this idea that you're trying to develop of the hydro erosion of the landscape. No? So, and I also thank you for bringing the kind of the further steps in your presentation and kind of directing this idea of the usage of the water in the, I'm not very clear whether you want to head into the sustainable agriculture or you want to bring it to the power, if I think, if I saw it correctly, the hydropower development. So, but I think that's the interesting attempt to kind of develop the project further. We open for the comments from other jurors.
I would be actually very interested to ask students what are you aiming for next steps towards the final presentation. I think it would be for me interesting to hear from you. What are your future goals or visions of the territory that you are working with? Where is the interest?
Well, now that we have a good overview of how the site works together, and as we saw in the last slide, we have picked out three interesting areas where we have the space and also different characteristics to work with. And so it's basically an idea to propose three ideas for maybe each area, what we can do with that, because they are all located in different things. Both on close to the lake are quite similar, but one is a lot larger than the other one, and the other one is a bit higher up in the mountain. And yeah, to analyze that further, what possibilities we can find there.
Yeah, then we open also to other comment, but your group is really extremely beautiful drawing and very procedural, very well organized. The visual language of the project is really compelling, and for us has always been a key point. But maybe for the next presentation, I would suggest to revert the order, or for the next day and the break to revert a little bit the order and start from a brief of where this hydro-eroded landscape can bring you. So look at effect on ecology, agriculture, vegetation that need more or less water, and start to reflect where this landscape, this variation of erosion can bring you in terms of brief. I will start in a reverted manner. I will start from there in the presentation and then show the process. Otherwise, you might risk to be a little bit trapped in the process, which is really beautiful, but then struggle to describe how this process allows you to redesign the landscape or to rethink the landscape. I mean, we have to say you're just second-year students, so that's quite of a task, but I think it's possible to work in this direction and would be really a great project if you're able somehow to revert the narrative in this sense.
I might want to come here to say that maybe attaching to what Professor Pasquero is saying, what was striking me when I was listening to you presenting is that you were talking a lot about the way in which you looked at the landscape. But curiously enough, you took a very external view of the landscape. No, you were looking at the landscape from outside. And somehow, when you are in those kind of landscape, one of the interesting aspects is really the concept of horizon. So when you are inside the landscape and how you perceive the horizon in a completely different way. So when you are on the top and there is no vegetation whatsoever, you have an open horizon. And the more you go down the valley, the more your horizon closes, and therefore you have a completely different view. And that for me was a little bit missing, because somehow you took the view of the area always from outside, as you were extrapolating information, but never from the inside. And this somehow brings back another notion, which is today totally outdated, but in the way in which it was proposed, but it's still very actual from the potential it has, which is the really first guy, let's say, that talked about ecology and sustainability in urban planning was Sir Patrick Geddes. And Geddes had introduced, in the idea in which we look at the landscape, the idea of the valley section. Okay, so the way in which you put together all sorts of system in a vertical way. So you study basically how the biogeography, the geomorphology, the anthropic and non-anthropic systems are coming together through the section of a valley. He was the first one to put this idea inside, to understand how complexity throughout the altimeter of the landscape is working. Now, I'm not suggesting that you're doing the same, but I'm suggesting that maybe you should look with this lens. So not just from the outside, but from the inside, and looking at how through the different altitude of your landscapes, systems are starting to behave in different ways. Okay.
Thank you, Ilaria, for your comment. If you don't mind, I would maybe slowly move to the next and of course, request the student to listen to every comment of every project, because also comments to other projects will be definitely relevant to your own investigations. So maybe we could, yeah, Marco.
I just wanted to say very quickly that I think the comment of Ilaria is a very good suggestion of how I think you may proceed in these frames you have identified. These 3 frames. I think it's important that you don't kind of see these 3 frames as let's say sites of intervention in a sort of traditional way, because otherwise it will kind of I think contradict some of the hypotheses I think of your whole narrative. I think it's very good if you use these 3 frames as a kind of extrapolations of areas where you can begin to materialize a different perspective, no, on the whole landscape, on the whole territory, and in that sense, I think the suggestion in Daria could be a very good one. But I think also maybe in terms of like, since you're second year, which is really fantastic that you now have the ability to make these kind of drawings, despite being still very early on in the curriculum. I think you can take advantage of the fact that you're second year and therefore in a way less under pressure in terms of delivering what you may think is the expected outcome of a design studio. I think it would be interesting if you would put a little bit more of effort in thinking, how do you bring this kind of approach to fruition, in a sense, like how do you have an impact on the real world through this type of tools and protocols and the new point of views that you have developed, right? I think that because obviously that may be through direct interventions in the landscapes, of course, but at the same time, I think there is also multiple levels in which you can have direct impact that are perhaps more virtual or augmented in terms of the reality that we are used to understand through kind of physical means. And I think this is for me very important, because it kind of brings in a kind of more entrepreneurial, if you want, dimension of the role of the designer, which I think it's very healthy if you guys begin to think about, from early on in the years. One where you kind of, in a way, refuse to bring, to just produce kind of fantastic ideas that have no applicability, or that puts you in the kind of awkward position of the designer who is waiting for a kind of imaginary client to come and kind of all of a sudden transform an entire landscape. So I think right now, today, there are many ways in which you can transform a landscape, or you can transform the understanding we have of a landscape. You can have a big impact in a community directly through means that are more entrepreneurial, in a sense, without having to, so I think that's, for me, quite interesting in where you are at the moment. I think there are various scenarios that you can imagine, and I'm sure you can speculate with your tutors about that more precisely, because maybe now it's a little bit difficult to tease out what it could be from this perspective. But I have the feeling that there is a lot of potential there, and that you guys have the ability to pull out something quite radical. And I think I would invite you to do that, to just really push that, the evolution of what is your role, what is actually your real impact that you can have right now in the world through the kind of work that you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marco. Thank you, Ilaria and Teresa, for the comments.
Thank you.
If I could jump in for for one brief comment, I think you made a nice evaluation of the scenery and of the site, and I just want to point out one topic. You mentioned that you want to think out of the box. Yes, I want to point out that you have mentioned the possibility of hydropower, and I think it would be very interesting to go into more depth here, because everything. It actually hydropower has a good reputation, but actually it's a very conventional form of gaining energy. And if you're talking about hydropower in this region, then you also should concern that everything that happens here at the sea level is also influencing systemically everything that is below, which is concerning also the downstream areas. It's concerning the diversity of fish. So I would suggest to see this quite systemically as well. Thanks.
That's a very good point, actually. I think also it's hydroelectric power really needs. It's really a topic that needs a lot of reinvention, redefinition. I think perhaps your kind of perspective of hydro erosion could be a way to discuss that as well.
Thank you everyone for your comments. Thank you, Stefan. Thank you, Marco. And I would like to ask now the theory student team to present, which is Amy, Josephine, and Stephanie from the group 1 from the theory course.
Yes, thank you. Hi, everybody.
Hello. Hi again.
So let's begin. Hi, everybody. We are Amy, Stephanie, and Josephine, and we are doing the Synthetic Landscape Studio this semester, as well as the lecture. And this is then our process towards our definition of synthetic landscapes.
So for us, if landscape is something mutual, it cannot just be natural or just artificial. Rather, it is the symbiotic creation of a new form of cohabitation that makes up a so-called synthetic landscape.
And we have to begin with the ever-present notion of the Anthropocene, or rather finding a non-anthropocentric mode of reasoning, as Pasquer and Paletto state. Since our impact on climate is evident, as you can see here with the bleaching of the Great Barrier Reef, to name but one example, or by the impacts we humans have in general, new forms of designing and relationships have to be found for the infrastructural networks we inhabit and the living ecosystems of which we are an integral part. And to quote Bateson, the creature that wins against its environment destroys itself.
So as we've already heard before, disturbance opens the terrain for transformative encounters, making new landscape assemblages possible. So our damage or contamination and disturbance of our ecosystem is vast, as we know, and nearly irreversible. Nonetheless, we've been discussing that disturbance opens the terrain for those transformative encounters, making new landscape assemblages even possible.
And disturbance might initiate a story with new protagonist humans and non-humans alike, just like Morton talks about when he is using the metaphor of the mesh, which Donna Haraway as well as Löwenhaupt Singh describe in their texts, where the main take is that everything is interconnected. Telling stories of landscape, it requires getting to know the inhabitants of the landscape, human and not human, through polyphonic assemblages. She calls it gatherings of the ways of being.
So the mechanical and natural in one system enables a dialogue, and the dialogue is built on each other's complexity. Therefore, as stated at the very beginning, for us, landscape is something mutual. It cannot just be artificial or natural. Rather, it is the symbiotic creation of a new form of cohabitation, human, microbiological, non-human, and also machine. So Donna Haraway calls this the human and non-human linked in a tentacular practice, making with rather than self-making.
And we have also prepared a glossary which reflects our work in progress on this definition on a synthetic landscape, which we find also very suitable for our times of hyperobjects and in general climate crisis. This is also a problem only addressed collectively and holistically. And so here you can see some of our thoughts and research. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maybe I start with a very quick note. When you quote, don't use hyphenate. So it's, if you go back to your quotes at the beginning, okay, you see here, hyphenate is when you interrupt words. For instance, when you use the little slash on the side, telling story of landscape requires getting to know the in/habitants on another line. Don't do that, okay?
All right.
When you quote, you never use hyphenate, okay? This is a quite formal point, but it's an important one to use, to learn to use quotes.
You know, we skimmed the whole text for the hyphens, the real ones, not the ones disturbed at kind of cutting the words.
You have to do it for all of them. It's important.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Now I get it. What? Yeah.
Okay. For me,
go, Ilaria.
Yeah. No, go, Claudia. It's more important. I've seen it, so I know.
No, my comment is, I guess, the usual one. I really appreciate the narrative, the verbal one. I'm struggling to read the association between the verbal narrative and the visual one. And also, I think if you use images, I'm sure you have some association in your mind between the images that I see the image are also referenced and the text and the narrative, but I think that should be more explicit. For us, always visual are really important, so they shouldn't be used as sorry, this might sound a little bit offensive, but is not something that is tapestry, right? That allow us to see while you actually are discussing something really important, which what you are discussing is important, but the visual are equally important. So I think you should be very careful in the way you select the visual. Not always you need to have visual when you have text. It's not necessary, but when you do have them, they need to be properly referenced and you need to discuss or it needs to be clear the correlation between the text and the image and or the sequence of image themselves. For me, I could see some loose association. Of course, there are images that talk about coexistence, morphology, morphogenesis, but somehow it seems like the verbal language was much more streamlined than the visual one, and I would want to have maybe a tighter or more precise correlation between the two.
I had actually similar thoughts and comments because I actually very appreciate that you are linking also some of the images from your projects that you work on parallel. So you use this exercise in order to, feed the theory into design and design into the theory. However, I was, as Claudia was already mentioning, missing sometimes this link and sometimes it's, just meanwhile you are describing the sort of theoretical formula, let's say, is when you really, if there is a specific word or sentence that you want to relate to the image, you can always sort of bring us there closer, saying something like, as you can see on the image here, and so on and so on. So we can somehow connect deeper. I think this would be important comment. Anarita is waiting already.
Yeah,
so
just no. I'm just. I think I really much enjoyed the presentation. I thought it was very nicely crafted, and you kind of brought some very key and interesting concepts, and I thought they were quite, related and fluidly kind of one brought to another in a quite nice, soft way, which is, I think it's a very difficult thing to do, actually. So I think really well done on that. What I would have enjoyed perhaps a little bit more is that you would have emphasized a little bit more this your argument, which is existing. It was there, but perhaps it wasn't very clear, in the sense that I think you have a good start. And I mean, this idea that, so if the landscape is mutual, then it is artificial, and then you kind of keep going from there, from sort of micro steps. But I think perhaps it would have benefits. I mean, I know that the exercise with Ilaria was to develop this sort of glossary. So how does developing this glossary answer your starting point in a way? And how does that help? So in a way, it's always good to kind of, conclude evaluating what you have discovered in your little essay, visual essay in this case, and trying to reinforce that, you have actually achieved some conclusion, if it makes sense. And even if it's like, the conclusion is to build a glossary, for instance, and how fundamental the glossary is, then possibly part of your argument is explaining exactly this point. Yeah, I hope it's a helpful comment for the next time we do a similar exercise. But I think it would have been really brilliant, because I think at the end, obviously it's the first time we listen to you speaking, and we are familiar with the concept. We are not familiar with the way that you are interlinking them and with the argument that you are doing. And the novelty of that argument is what you need to demonstrate in your little piece of writing. So I think when you manage to do that, that's really kind of you achieve that further step, which I have the impression you guys are able to. So really well done in general. Thank you.
I'm just adding and maybe just summarizing what everybody has said. For me, the effort you have done, it's impressive. I mean, you have been reading through really a lot of literature, and come out with very meaningful choices of, let's say, a theory. For me, the steps are three. One, you need to be able to build up your discourse in a more consequential way, so that one topic, one issue goes directly into the next, which is very much what Anarita was saying. So it doesn't have to be one topic after another, completely disconnected, but it has to have a climax to the end. So built up in a consequential and logical way your thesis. You're starting from an hypothesis and you have to end up with a thesis. Second, absolutely important and key, what Professor Pasquero was saying, if you do add images, they have to be perfect, they have to be strategic, they have to be powerful, they have to be aesthetically alluring or shocking, but they do have a very strong weight, because people respond to images much quicker than to words. So they will be touched before by the images you choose than the words that you are reading with it. And third, you need to articulate your final personal, original insight with more detail. I know it was a very quick exercise, but I think you need to somehow withdraw much more material from all the ones that you have actually analyzed, to come out with a more articulated version of your synthetic synthesis of the landscape. But thank you very much for the effort.
If I can add a quick comment, I really enjoyed the presentation. I would like a little bit more of a presentation on the glossary, because I believe that this is more or less an output, a theoretical output, let's say, from the discourse that you have already discussed in the presentation. And I think maybe if you just write a paragraph that includes all of these words in a context, maybe this could be the final output, but also a little bit of presentation in the different words, because I think that the reason that you choose the specific words is already a statement. So I think that if you could start to talk, maybe incorporate an image with a word, I think it would be great.
If I can jump in for one idea that I had in mind while I was listening to you. I think it's very important that we are, as a synthetic landscape lab, we are working as a team. And actually, if we see all the presentations and the kind of the briefs of the studio, we are working in the same agenda, and basically we're creating this shared knowledge in between the different years and studios. So maybe that would be actually interesting if you guys, like the presentation, yes, was really, really beautiful, but it would be maybe interesting if you start looking also to other studios and picking up some work and relating your statements, your glossary, your theoretical base with the work of others, and we could be maybe sharing and exchanging some visuals, and by that you will be also helping other guys to bring more value to the drawings that they are developing, and as well as enriching your own presentation by that. I think that would be a very interesting interconnection between the different studios as well. So please knock us, for example, if you need any visual income from us.
Thank you, Maria, for all the inputs. And I would like to ask now to shift for another project from a design studio of Design 3 and Design 4, which are the mixed groups of Terra Farms, and we will have the Food from Wood group now presenting by Yael and Joseph. You can share the screen. Amy, Josephine, I just a little bit shifted the order so you don't have two presentations after another, so you can prepare for the next presentation later.
Okay.
Yes,
so, hello everybody. We also like to join today's presentation, and we want to introduce you to our topic, Food from Wood. At first, we want to describe the concept of our project, and the concept is about the forest in general. The forest is facing deforestation because of existing agriculture. One of the main reasons for this deforestation is the harvesting interval of wood, and for example, in comparison, soy or corn. That means like to harvest wood, there is an interval of 40 to 80 to 100 years in comparison to an interval of harvesting of agriculture, maybe 3 or 4 times a year. The agricultural use of areas leads to a lot of disadvantages for the environment. Just a few mentioned here is the loss of biodiversity, the lowering of the groundwater level, and also a higher nitrogen value in the floor. And this increases over years and years as longer the land is in the agricultural use. So what we try to focus on is that with food production out of the forest, so with the resource of food, we could change the perspective of the forest, which is kind of not used in his lifespan in the conventional way. With the food production out of wood, it could be possible to also use the wood steadily for food production. The output of the food production is soil, is compost, which can be used to improve the soil of the agriculture. And by pointing out that the source of this food would be wood, is not in food competition with human resources of food, which means like cattle is fed by soy, for example, which we also can eat. Wood we cannot eat, so therefore it is really interesting also in terms of population growth and the food supplement of humanity. By using this concept, we try to aim to protect existing forests, and even by giving an attractive model of using forests for food production to even increase the areas of forest. So we pointed out the use of the food production. So the output of the food production would be insects and mushrooms. And we compared it with soy and beef, focused on an area of 1 square kilometer, what we can get out of it and what it is like in comparison to the others. So when we look to the output, we can see that beef is by far the less output because it needs a lot of area and space. Soy is here the biggest value. By pointing out the water use or the water need of these resources, we can also see that meat needs way more water than everything else. Even it's not even seeable here in the comparison. And when we see the CO2 emissions, we can see that insects, the food production with insects is really less compared to the other two. And we also pointed out the value of the calories, which is quite high in all different aspects of protein, fat, and carbohydrate. So here we can really have a big output also out of this resource of insects. So now we go more deep into the process, like how is it possible to even produce food out of wood. So the three sources we can use for the food production made out of wood is either solid wood, and green waste and wood chips. So basically you put the wood into a process where mushrooms grow in it. This increases the value of cellulose of lignin in the wood, and then after this process you can use this source to grow insects inside. So in our process, this would be in detail the larvae of these 3 different beetles we have here. So these are tropical beetles. So it is kind of in a closed surrounding, for example, in a box where you can breed these larvae. The life, it takes like 170 days to grow these larvae there inside. And the output of this process is on one side the larvae as a food, the compost of the soil. That means like this is really a fruitable soil which can be used for agriculture. And we also see that one output are the mushrooms which grow in the wood. So to sum it up, like we have like these 3 resources we need. We see that the wood chip and the green waste is a waste product of the wood industry. And by looking at solid wood, we also see that this is depending on the forest. How should we, and we ask ourselves, like, how can we on one side have benefits for the forest, and on one side analyze what we need for this food production. So by looking more detailed into this process, we try to analyze the forest on the specific types what we need for the production, and on the other side on the ecosystem of the forest itself, what the forest needs. And here we can see summed up, we look, for example, at areas of affected trees, the tree type, the density, the accessibility, how to reach these areas, and also the agriculture, which is also part of this system. Like it's interacting, the agriculture, the forest, this production in between. And with the use of these base elements, we try to implement them with our with a use of AI to get on one side a food production spot definition, which means like we try to find out which would be the best spot to localize, to locate the production spot. On one side, we also have a forest management, which we would have to have an overlook also over the whole system of the forest. And of course, another output would be the soil management, which would be like to view where is this soil needed, where are the most polluted areas of agriculture, and where is the need of it. So yeah, this is basically the concept, and now Yael will show us how we work and what's our base and what we want to show.
So our location is 12 kilometer size. It's in the region of Siegen in North Rhine-Westphalia in Germany. And the town you can see, it's called Entebruck.
Yeah, sorry, it sounds like you're connecting from the moon. Can you try to figure something out with your microphone?
Okay. No.
Yeah, try to say something.
Is it better now?
Yes, much better.
Okay, perfect. So this is a height map. So we use a lot of different based informations to get into the work process. This, for example, is an altitude map of the topography and also of the vegetation, as you can see in the middle. It gives us exact information about the existing vegetation and also about the forest areas. We got this information out of a normalized elevation map, as you can see here, and it's very good to analyze biomass. The yellow areas are the higher vegetations, so therefore the older forests, and the blue areas are the young forests. In the infrared image, it's better to difference about the different green areas. So the light red areas are the deciduous forests, and the darker red areas, the coniferous forests. And we can analyze the conditions of the vegetation and also the change. This image is from August 2019, and compared to the infrared image of 2021, we can see a big change, because they had a bark beetle infestation. They had to deforest a lot of areas. As you can see here, they're the green areas. And because of the climate change, the region gets warmer and drier. So the trees get weakened due to less water reserves. And also the larvae develop faster. So instead of burning the biomass of the deforested areas in thermal power stations, we could use it for the food production. without any emissions of CO2. So this is the area we concentrated, the 2 kilometers. As you can see, it's a pretty flat area. We can see much more roads than we were able to see in the satellite image. The roads are mainly in the forest, so they are forest roads. The agriculture concentrate around the town Edinburgh. The obtained green waste from there we can use for the food production, and we can bring the humus as fertilizer back in the system. The yellow-green points are representing the deciduous trees, and the green are representing the coniferous trees. There are mainly here in this region. The more dense and big points are the higher vegetations, so the old-grown forests.
Please just speed up your presentation a little bit. It's running completely out of time. So here we can see the affected areas. They're mainly the old forests, and if we can manage the forest a bit better, we are able to react a bit more in time. So we zoomed in a bit in a 4 to 4 kilometer map to get a bit more information. The forest roads subdivide the forest a lot. And the agriculture is mainly located in the river course. The coniferous forest domains the area, and most forest areas are old-grown forests. So because the old-grown forests are more affected by the bark beetle infestation, a lot of areas had to get deforested, and we can restore the forest areas with more climate resistant trees. And for our food for wood production, we made 2 networks. The points we got out of the center of the affected forest areas, and the blue ones out of the centers of the agriculture. We always find the shortest walk from the center points to the next street, and out of these points we made the network. We want to get the network a bit more connected with the infrastructure in the future, because we saw that there's a lot already in the area, so we want to use this. And out of this, we want to get the spots where we can locate our food production. Thank you for listening.
Can I start with a question, if that's okay? Because I thought it was a really brilliant project, and also very well developed for this stage. So I guess my question is, like, where are you thinking of bringing it next? I mean, this is your midterm, so what are you planning to do for the end of the term?
So, for example, the pink network we see here, it's kind of the pointing out of the affected areas of the bark beetle of the forest. And in the blue, we see the the agricultural area. So we want to try to find a way how we can find a good way that these two systems interact, which means like we tried, for example, or we were thinking of watching the distance between all these spots which are interacting with each other, and then trying also to implement the food production tool in terms of localization. And then also next step would be how does this food production look like? For example, is it movable? Which kind of physical appearance has this food production? So yeah, now we kind of, I would say the focus will be in future how we can best let these two systems of forest, agriculture, and the food production in between let it interact.
Yeah, just to add a very short comment and then I leave the space, but I thought what I really enjoy about this project, and I think that's a quality that you should kind of focus for how, wherever you planning to bring this next, is how you were able to really kind of break down the complexity of your idea and argue it in a very kind of distributed and spatialized way. So you start with this kind of series of very thorough diagrams that are kind of, you know, telling us an abstract concept, but then you're kind of demonstrating it on your site in a very nice and very specific way. So I very much like that. And I think that the problem now that you're facing is that obviously, you know, you have like 12 by 12 kilometer once again, like site, and how, you know, you are bringing this through to the next level. You have many ways, so I think it's something that you are aware probably of, and maybe your tutors should kind of help you to decide what's the best way. But if it's a jumping scale, if it's a different setup, like in terms of you're going to look at sections, if it's like, I mean, how are you adding basic definition to this, to this? Because I think at the level of the, you know, the territorial scale, the territorial, like, you know, analysis and how you are relating to that, it's very well developed. I think the question for me, if this is a sort of transcolor project, as many of these projects tend to be, then what is the system made of probably, and how this is actually able to create like a specific scale of intelligence, I would say, once again, I mean, which is a different one. So I mean, what is the more kind of sensorial and tactile and material scale that you are kind of using? You know, is it like a architectural? Is it a house? Is it like micro, you know, at the level of the actual interaction with the materials that you are developing? So I'm like, you know, it's like you're in front of a big void right now. So I just don't, I'm not sure what to suggest there, but I can see others, including Marco, where they want to jump in. So
I just jump in a second, because I think it's a very good point that you're making. And I mean, in principle, I think the first part of the presentation, it's very clear, especially I like when you make the comparison between, let's say, you know, cow farming and on the other side, you know, growing corn, and then, you know, you have your insects or you know, in the middle. And I'm thinking you made a comparison in terms of water consumption, in terms of CO2 emission, in terms of nutrients production. I think that, you know, that's very good to have those numbers, but I would like to see those numbers spatialized. Like basically, I think these kind of maps that you're showing now should be giving us much more clear spatial dimensions of what those numbers mean, like in terms of the water, where it's coming from, and how much is it on the territory, and the nutrients, how are distributed and how are collected, harvested, and so on. So how can you essentially specialize on the territory those kind of quantities, which at the moment are basically just a sort of generic averages, let's say, right? So that is one aspect. On the other end, I think that the output of the project for me, it's beginning to be quite interesting, but at the same time, like Narita was mentioning, there is a kind of lack of clarity in terms of what is the technology that you are deploying. And I use the word technology because I feel your project is very much on that kind of a level. I almost see your project as a software project, like as really as a kind of development of a entirely digital platform. But even if that's the case, obviously you need the hardware to work on, right? And what is your hardware in this case? Obviously the forest is one aspect, but then you are also pointing at, you were mentioning at some point like a box to grow these insects and so on. And I have no idea how this box looks like, or is it an existing hardware that you are plugging in, or will you have to design one? I think an interesting parallel maybe kind of a robotic 3D printing, if you want, like this company specializing into development of the software for the printing process to become more and more sophisticated, efficient. There is a company specializing in the design of the end effector, and there is companies that, of course, fabricate robots which can do like so many different things. So, I mean, the question is here in your let's say ecosystem of technologies, what is what? Like, what is doing what? Like, let's say you're providing this new software platform, and this software platform is working on the basis of what kind of hardware system? The forest is one, we understand, but also there is agricultural systems. There is this quite specific insect farming technology that you're referring to, but without really giving us enough understanding of how it works. Is it existent? Will you have to design it or invent it? And so on and so forth. I think these aspects are somehow implicit, but they need to be, in my mind, much more explicitly articulated. And I think you don't have actually to design everything, of course. I mean, some aspects, if they're already there, you can bring them in. But I think it needs to be clear what is there, what you have to bring to the table, and how these interconnect.
Mm. I think it's a very important comments, and maybe I just shortly join, because I think in your project, since we were discussing the drawings together in past weeks, and in your project, the scale somehow becomes very important, because of course the territory is large. You started with 20-kilometer zone, and then you are zooming somehow a little bit closer, but the project, as Marco is saying, is encapsulating also other dynamic processes that are happening within, and these tools that you are implying to use. And even just this drawing, if you would allow us to see maybe even closer, like even now, if you just zoom in, you would start to understand, because you're mapping trees per piece, and it just starts to get very dynamic. I think we need to look closer into how to distribute or how to present. I would even, for example, shorten the beginning part a little bit and have few more complex diagrams than set of 20 sort of small diagrams, and just shortly point the concept, and then use these drawings in order to elaborate the concept furthermore. That would allow us to really explore the drawings in their depth, because I think in next step you would need to maybe keep zooming in closer and then zooming out again, and bringing us back and forth between these different scales, showing us the different nuances and aspects of your project.
If I can also jump in for a few seconds, I wanted to say that I did enjoy your presentation a lot, as well as beside the narrative, also the aesthetical qualities of all your drawings. And I think you're very systematic in all the steps. And I think that for the midterm, it's actually a great step to be at, maybe not very clear where you're heading as a next, but I think you have a very good material for this point of the project development. And then it really depends, where do you go? If, for example, like catching up with what Marco has been saying about the technology that you're like thinking to implement, and also I'm just maybe knowing a bit the workflow of your studio, maybe if you're implementing the machine learning and then you're starting to translate this type of the drawings that you're having now into the instruction for the machinic operations by the means of machine learning. I think here you can start creating very beautiful stories when you are actually working with all these layers of information, maybe that you are showing now on this drawing. And kind of, if you are imagining one set of, let's say, one layer from your drawing as the kind of way to manipulate others, I think that you can create interesting relationships in between these different technologies or different information that you are mapping on the side, that you are observing on the side. So I do really look forward to see how do you proceed next. And yeah, congrats for this step.
These boxes for the worms, like how are they? I mean, how do they look like? So, I mean, somehow at the moment, my imagination, the closest thing I can think of is like, bees, bee farming, like for honeybees, right? Like where, where you have these kind of farmers that, they drive around with their van and, and then they have these boxes with the bees inside, and then they put them in the landscape near to different plants and so on, and then leave them for a while and then bring them back, etc. And I'm trying to understand whether that what you have in mind is something similar, and so then there is a certain software intelligence that will kind of drive the distribution and movement and of these boxes and the time when they are distributed in the wood or harvested and brought back, etc. Or it's like something totally different that so I mean I think that for me it's it's quite simple. Like I really like that the brief, your intentions for me is very clear, and it's a perfect idea, and it's very valuable. But I think you just need to bring this kind of a either a simple parallel if what you are proposing doesn't exist at all, or if there is already something, just show it to us, because otherwise it's difficult to imagine.
Maybe there is like a quick suggestion that I can give you. The more I was looking at your project, and the more it was reminding me of what today is called like farming of emergence. And that could be a possibility. Farming of emergence is that kind of farming that today is taking place with those agencies that are not really controllable in terms of farmings, like for instance, wild mushrooms that you cannot really plant. There is this beautiful book called The Mushroom at the End of the World by Lowenput Singh, and it's about these mushrooms called matsutake. And apparently these mushrooms are bred in areas which are forests, so natural areas, but they actually need an anthropic gesture in order to breed, in order to grow. So they don't grow just in wild area, they do need the intervention of the human in certain stages of the growing forest. And normally this kind of act are landscape act. So the human has a strong impact on the landscape, like cutting down part of the forest or putting on fire part of the forest. And the system of all these different actions that are connecting human and natural forces are allowing the breeding of this particular kind of mushroom, the Mitsutake, which are incredibly expensive, and they have an entire economy behind. So much that the subtitle of the book is about capitalism. So, and this is it's a really interesting topic because it connects the wild part of the landscape with the farming, with the emergence, and with the economics. And it's not just about Matsutake. There are a lot of different kind of natural agencies that cannot be grown, like truffles, for instance.
Exactly. I wanted to say this.
It's almost impossible. I mean, Chinese succeeded to do it, but they are tasteless. So it doesn't work. But that could be an interesting lens to look at it, because somehow the drawings that you are presenting are suggesting all this kind of system working together.
I think this is a great lens. I think you should just check out this book, have a look at it. It sounds like a really nice lens to look at it. Also, really as a way of conceptualizing the sort of territory in which you are operating. And I think it is not something completely new and out there. You know, there are different existing type of industries, if you want, related to this kind of farming that you can refer to. And I think it would be very good to do a little bit more research and study in that sense to actually really help you kind of define more clearly what is your original contribution, and in which way this is a part of something that already exists, but that you are bringing into a new level of fruition through your contribution.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And I will now ask next team from the Design Studio 2, from the second year students to present, which is the project from Jana, Vivian, and Leonie with the title Haifa. I'm not really sure how to spell it. So,
hi.
Looking for
Hello. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Please go full screen.
Yep. Okay. Let's start.
Perfect. Hello. We would like to welcome you to our presentation, Haifa, Observation of Mycelium Growth. My name is Jana.
My name is Viviana. And I'm Leonie. So we will start with the term Haifa. It comes from the Greek and means something like web. The hyphae work as the long branching filamental structure of a fungus, and they are made out of chitin and are collectively called mycelium. The mycelium works as a so-called wood wide web, and it connects the trees in the forest. Together with the other groups, we went to the Obernberger Lake. You already heard a lot about this place in the macro scale. We will now zoom in. So our research location, the picture on the right, from perspective of a drone, shows the place where we found most of our mushrooms. So first we searched for and extracted the mushrooms, as you can see in the pictures on the left. After the trip, we cleaned them from dirt and prepared them for microscopy studies.
We collected the following samples at the marked spots at the Obernberger Lake. Besides the Cortinarius, the Panellus, which we collected, is the only poisonous fungus. The Flammulina is used in medicine and food, as well as the Acaricus
campestris, better known as champignon, which we are trying to grow by ourselves. A mushroom we didn't find at our site but thought important for our project is the Hericium coralloides. It's seldomly found and used in medicine. Viviane was lucky to find it during a hike when she was at home. A very interesting mushroom is the Ganoderma lynxi, better known as reishi mushroom, mostly used in architecture and science.
Since we wanted to get a better overview of when the mentioned mushrooms grow best, we made a seasonal calendar. This illustration shows the best period of growth for each of the fungi, and you can see that autumn is the best season for our mushrooms to grow.
The collected mycelium gave us a great insight of the variety of the structure. We documented it to show how different the hyphae can grow and how much you can already see with your bare eye. The structures vary from compact and fur-like on the upper left side to light and spiderweb-like. This probably depends on the nutrient medium or the age of the hyphae.
As we previewed in the workflow, we carried our collected mushrooms and mycelia to the lab of the university and classified the different types and studied the structure of mycelia under the microscope. For this purpose, we used different lenses. Since I have a microscope of my own, I had been able to find out more about the mycelium growing at home. These drawings are the result of our studies. Viviane will tell you more about this growth process in the following slides.
Yeah, as Jana already peeked into one of our biggest topics during our research about the growth of mycelium, and I want to initiate this topic because pretty early during our studies, we started to grow our own mycelium in my bathroom. As you can see in the pictures, the mycelium is growing inside of a bucket, and straw and poultry dung is the nutrient medium. We decided to document the growth every second day to not overflow the catalogs. During the first days, the growth was very fast and visible. But on day 35, on top of the mycelium, a brownish fluid showed up and it seemed to stop the growth. Luckily, our first fear evaporated in the upcoming days. As you can see in the close-up catalogs, the fibers should still be alive. Those work as a very aesthetic pattern, which can be used for different purposes. The first fruiting buddies showed up on day 9 and also had some growing struggles in between. Yesterday, on day 39, we were happy to find a fast-growing and healthy-looking fruiting buddy. So let's see how it evolves during the next days.
During our skill courses, we learned to extract different drawings from our site. We noticed that the DEM file of the QBIS program has a similar structure like the mycelia fibers that we have grown at home, as well as the following catalog of the terrain slope in a different scale from 5 to 5 kilometers to 1 to 1 kilometer. To understand the growth of mycelium and the outcome of its fruiting body, we could catalog the solar radiation at our site and divided it into the whole year and the 4 seasons. As we know from the seasonal mushroom calendar, they prefer mild climate without freezing temperature.
Yeah, the next step was an erosion model of our research location. Mycelium can prevent the erosion and is therefore a very important part of the ecosystem of a forest. To expose different parts of the location and the erosion, we rendered some of the iterations. This one highlights the mountains and shows more of the depth. We received a different grade image with the rendered view and a different material attached. This one is zoomed into the lake.
So after these catalogs, we tried to regenerate pictures of our work in the UIBK. For the first catalog, we used the DEM file from the Ubenberger Lake as the input. The drawing was changed more and more, as you can see in the output drawings. So in the second UIBK catalog, we wanted to change the picture of our mycelium growth experiment. We can see how it gradually changes from output 1 to output 6. And yeah, the changes remind us of the behavior of the mycelium, which forms into various structures in order to find food. For the next catalog, we took the rendered erosion iteration 36, which we also regenerated slowly. And to better show the changes from the drawing, we made a video of it. As the last step and also the last catalog, we wanted to get a bit of a closer view to the research location. So we went from the 5 to 5 kilometer scale to a 2 times 2 kilometer scale and repeated the process for regenerating the landscape. Yeah, we have now come to the end of our presentation. We hope we were able to demonstrate our observation of mycelium growth well to you, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, girls, for the presentation. Very beautiful work, and I think very well presented. Let's listen for the comments from the jury.
Who goes first?
Marco, go.
Yeah, I can kick off like briefly. It's no, it is really exciting to see this kind of work because it is you know, really at the level artistically. I think it's exquisite. I think, you know, not only from the point of view of the, you know, drawing sensibility, but I think also that, you know, you are pushing it far enough to actually begin to reveal correlations and connections between systems that operate as, you know, such a different scalar and material regimes, but that, as we know, share you know, share intelligence, and I think that you are without you know, the need of using like a complicated words or terms or concepts. You're just simply through the drawings revealing that. And I really love the fact that these drawings are also not just simply the product of you sitting on your computer and running simulations, but that you also you know, went on site and explored the, you know, the presence of these fascinating organisms in you know, in the fungi and mycelium part in the landscape, and therefore, you know, also really engaged with it materially in a very hands-on way. So I think that's for me, it's yeah, extremely fascinating, and I think it's a wonderful journey you have done so far. I mean, obviously, you know, people will be asking the question of, you know, what is the final output of this, and again, maybe that's not even like a really clever question, because probably at this point there should not be a final output, but I think there should be a way of trying to you know, present or craft the results of this investigation in such a way that really maximizes the impact, you know, of what you have done, and also you know, how you can convey and deliver what you have done. I think for me the most interesting question at this point would be what is the format of your final submissions or proposal, in fact, you know, how would you materialize or you know, the final outcomes of your work, whether through, you know, printed format or, you know, materialized format, or through virtual or digital means. And I'm sure that this is something that you have already discussed, but I would be interested to hear some ideas from you about that.
We thought about that. Our target is like, we want to understand the hypha growth, to hack the mycelium and then use it in different purposes, for example, the architecture. And
actually, like, there was Maria came up with the idea to even print the mycelium with 3D printers, but we're not developing it that far right now. So actually, like, yeah, I'm trying to hack it right now and understand the growth.
Yeah, how many more weeks of work do you have? I mean, this project is going to end by end of January. Is it correct?
That's true.
Yeah. So I think, like, for me, in your second year, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, essentially, you have already done something extremely something extraordinary for your level. So I think maybe my suggestion would be, rather than looking at what more you can do in terms of, you know, new type of experiment or tool or technique or technology, I think what it could be really useful, especially at your level, is really to focus on how can you communicate basically what you have done so far, and what format would be the best or your preferred one in terms of, you know, sharing this work, in terms of giving this work the maximum possible impact, and you know, and looking at it from a perspective of, let's say, a work that has already achieved an incredible level for you know your you know level of the curriculum, but that on the other end it's still very, you know, it's still very much in your computer, or you know, so far we've seen it like in a kind of low resolution Zoom call, right? And so for me the main question is, how can you deliver that content in a way that can be really powerful in the time frame that you have, given the fact that you have very little experience in terms of delivering, you know, this kind of work, because it's the first time you do something like that, I can imagine. So, I mean, I think that for me, it's an important question, because, you know, often, especially young students, they're so enthusiastic, keep doing stuff and stuff and stuff. And then in the end, you know, like last 2 days, they're like, oh my God, they have to bring it all together. And then suddenly, what we see, it's like a low resolution image somewhere on the screen. And so I think it would be interesting to, given also the context where we are, if you are in Innsbruck, it's still half locked down, there is very little physical contact between people, there are limitations, but on the other hand, there are also a lot of possibilities these days of, you know, sharing content, communicating content. So what would be the best way? I think I would spend the time in the next weeks to really test and try different format, different options, and you know, from the more traditional, you know, one in terms of, you know, printing, but maybe high resolution printing on what kind of format, on what kind of support, what kind of material, to the most perhaps new one in terms of, I don't know, virtual reality or other kind of platform that, you know, we may be able to experience from here, but in a much more kind of immersive, powerful way. I don't know. I don't want to just, you know, limit your imagination, experimentation there, but I think maybe that's an interesting focus. Could be an interesting focus for you in the remaining time.
Thank you for the info.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I was mentioning to Maria at some point that for me, in this studio, there is a little bit of old school landscape urbanism work in sort of new school. And I see the students are becoming really, really proficiency in, you know, developing visual languages as well as developing processes and computational technique. Maybe they need some disorienting workshop in order to be able to tackle the brief and articulate the language so that allow them to really precisely express a critical point of view on the site. But the visual in the process is really compelling.
Thank you, Claudia. The disorientation is coming.
Thank you.
So girls and the rest of the team, please be ready. And I think Artem has already started now the disorientation process. And I think, yeah, maybe you want to express
Artem is very oriented. I think we need to disorient him as well. I don't know.
Maybe.
Sure. Maybe you need to intervene, Maria, on the disorientation.
I will.
I
will. Next week is coming. Now, I wanted to say also some compliments from all the team. I think very beautiful work, and it's true. I absolutely agree with the comments that you have received, that your finding this visual language which describes all the processes, speculates between the scale, and I think what I aim at every class. I really hope that your drawing starts to speak instead of you, and your drawings, not the diagrams, not the complexity of the arrows, patterns, and symbols, are starting to express what do you want to say. And I think that by observing the image and the quality and the visual language of your presentation, I think we are starting to construct the storyline. And I think we have a great base at this moment for next steps for the second part of the semester. So I think we had a really beautiful step. And I need also to underline that beside following the all the skills that we have been introducing during this half a year, you also implemented your own input there, your own vision, and you brought the material experiments into the table, which I think pushes the digital techniques very much. So you're every time working in this hybrid between the digital and the physical, which allows you to open up the tools very much. And as well as you are going through the several iterations of the kind of, and combining the different tools and the skills that you are learning, which leads you to the very good results with the final drawings. So maybe that's Vadim, Artem, if you want to add something on that. I think Vadim wanted to say something.
Yeah, I mean, we discussed with Maria yesterday that when I first seen your like final renders, I thought like, oh, which tool is that? And this is really a good, I think, example, because you took it to the next level, and this is really nice. So through your experiments, through your work, you took instruments that we gave you and basically improved it and extended it towards your vision. So, and for myself, the person who teach the skill course, it's a really nice result from my perspective.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm really looking forward to what we do in my part of skill course, because there are some tools that can develop this project very much. Yeah.
Thank you everyone for your comments. We will see the rest of the Titus Seminar Studio projects in the afternoon. Please stay with us for the rest of the projects as you are learning in the process of seeing other students. And we will now have a presentation again from the D3, D4 students, choral group, Amy and Josephine. Please share your screen and your project with us.
So.
Try to be on time with your presentation.
Okay, will do.
Thank you. Hello, everybody, once again. Here's Amy and Josephine. Our approaching to the topic of terraforms brought us to the idea of a farming system that would produce more for nature as a whole instead of just for humans, for example. Ecosystems around the world have been impacted by the Anthropocene, and one suffering immensely under the effects of human-induced climate change are coral reefs. Large-scale bleaching events, increased tropical storms, and pollution have deteriorated the health of reefs around the whole world. With the inevitably of these factors impacting reef ecosystems, new conservation and restoration methods needs to be implemented. Fishing bans, coral nurseries, and added substrates have been implemented in many locations around the world already, but there aren't many groups approaching this issue at a larger scale. Breeding corals for release onto reefs has been proven to be a scalable, replicable, and advanced method of restoration, and which we think will be useful for our project.
So Project Coral is a study of an ex situ breeding system at the Horniman Museum and Gardens in London. They developed a closed system, a mesocosm aquarium design that utilizes microprocessor technology to accurately replicate environmental conditions for coral spawning. They were able to produce large numbers of coral larvae and juveniles for research purposes and reef restoration efforts. So as you can see on the right is it depicts the spawning process, but in nature, once a year on cues from the sun, the moon, the ocean temperatures, and entire colonies of coral reefs simultaneously release their tiny eggs and sperm, called gametes, into the ocean. They develop into a coral larvae called a planula, which float on the ocean surface, sometimes for days and sometimes for weeks, before dropping to the ocean floor. Then, depending on the seafloor conditions, the planulae may attach to the substrate and grow into a new coral colony. The process replicated and seen on the right is their experiment at the Horniman. At the Horniman, data from specific locations for the 3 main environmental triggers for coral spawning can be entered into the system. So that's the lunar cycle, the temperatures, and the solar radiance. The lunar cycle can be replicated through LED light bars as seen on the left side in the mesocosm. Other marine species and nutrition for the coral are also replicated to create an ex situ mesocosm, so far away from the actual site. The corals used in the experiment at the Horniman were taken from the Great Barrier Reef so that they could try to replicate the exact spawn times of the spawning event in the Great Barrier Reef. They use 4 acropora species, which are reef-building species, and they are very hardy. Through this controlled environment, corals can be trained to spawn outside of the natural release states, increasing their chances to settle and grow in the ocean.
So the site we have chosen for our project is in New Caledonia, which is an island in the Coral Sea, east of Australia. And more specifically, we are focusing on the south area, which is called the Great South Lagoon. And what has inspired us the most in developing our concept has been our aim to form a system that collaborates with the ocean, sensing its forces and general conditions and adapting to it. Since the surface currents are constantly changing, we realized that taking advantage of an east-west flow would be most beneficial for distributing our coral larvae within the many endangered reefs in the lagoon and increasing their chance to settle and grow.
So after analyzing the benthic composition of the Great South Lagoon, we found the conditions at Isle of Pines, which is the island at the very bottom of New Caledonia, to be a suitable site to analyze. The benthic makeup of this site includes mainly coral rubble, as well as intact coral reef. Coral rubble is mainly the skeleton of dead corals in combination with other substrates. Rebuilding these areas of the reef would be the least invasive and would potentially help the reef, since factors such as macroalgae, covered substrate impedes coral settlement. We plan on using the Sentinel-2 satellite data for further understanding of the site, such as coral bleaching tracking. And then in order to analyze the transition between the land and the sea, this area of Isle of Pines was chosen. With the thorough data collected by on-site divers and a drop can from the Living Ocean Foundation, we were able to create an accurate mapping of the site's bathymetry. The map shows 1 meter increments from 2 meters to -20 meters, from which we derived a topographic map.
And in New Caledonia, the coral spawning event naturally takes place 1 time a year, around middle of November to middle of December, more specifically on the 6th day after the full moon. And this study represents the ocean currents around that time over the past 9 years, showing its direction and speed. And since our vision is to make the spawning event happen more than once per year, and for our system to expand in a beneficial pattern based on these terms, our next step will be to analyze the currents monthly during 1 year and their relation to the lunar cycle. And having a structure which optimizes the path of these currents within an area can help support optimal settlement conditions for larvae after the spawning events. And this part of our process now determined that the outward going tide of December 2020 would represent our ideal condition for larvae distribution. And seeing the relation between the current, the benthic zone, and the bathymetry along the coastline, we were able to map a predicted artificial reef structure. And we noticed the close relation between the current and the bathymetry through these orange flow lines that are based off of the bathymetry.
Then for the next part of the process, we were introduced to the CycleGAN machine learning process. Because of this observation between the current and the bathymetry, we wanted to train the data in the CycleGAN to create a new seascape. We used the current flow lines from December 2020, that's the top input image, input A, to analyze, and our input image 2 was the satellite image of the area. We expected the dark lines from the current to train the seabed in a way which could conform to the current, but it actually did the opposite. It translated the current into land and the land into sea. You can see the training data in the central part, which is where it's learning from the earlier on epoch towards the end, and you can clearly see how it's turning everything that used to be water into land and land into water. As a next step, we will be training the data with a smaller input image of below surface reef structures, as seen on the right side. And as a second input image, the current in relation to these structures again, but just to focus on the ocean in hopes that the training data will learn that as their main information. Once the first part of the image training is complete, it will then double the area and input these images in hope that it'll then alter the seabed in the coastal region, providing the basis for our synthetic structure. And then some thoughts we still had, and that throughout our process, we were able to make some observations which will help us make more concrete decisions in the next phase of the project. We will also lay more focus on the artificial structure to be developed, taking into consideration the close relationship between the current bathymetry and benthic zones. And we're going to apply it to these reef assemblages that we've been observing. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I can start if that's okay. I mean, I really, really enjoyed this presentation. Thank you so much. I really, really like this. You know, we are very used to kind of seeing this flow line, to see like some sort of to study the hydrography and all these sort of things on mountains. And so it was very, very refreshing to see it, how you use it in this context, like to both first, you know, your methods to generate the seascape and the bottom of the seascape, and as well to study the current. I thought it was very, very, very well done. And I'm actually not very familiar with how, you know, currents are actually like generated personally. And I think maybe, you know, when you can represent this later on and you wrap up your analysis of the currents related to the, you know, to the moon and so on, it will be maybe just useful to give a hint about it. I also enjoy very much your first failure with the machine learning. So there is a lot to improve. You already very clearly identify where you need to head to and how you need to restructure that part. I mean, once again, I have the feeling that, and I'm not sure how much are you planning to kind of push it that way, but like, how does this, artificial coral reef that you're planning to build, how is that going to look like? I mean, that's my, biggest question mark, I would say, at this point. And once again, you have done this quite thorough, study and try to understand the logic of how, the reef are extending in nature, and you have kind of already incorporate part of it into your logic, at the territorial scale. But I would just kind of question, what's the assembly and how does the, an artificial coral reef differ from a natural coral reef then? And if you are kind of, aiming and manipulating the system of the spreading of or how you call it, the spawning, I wonder if there is what would be, the mutual relationship and the benefits, let's say, for the reef itself to be, exploited as such. I mean, obviously we know why do we need coral reef as human, I would say, and why they are beneficial. But I guess there should be some sort of taking and giving somehow, and how this possibly would influence the design of it, I would assume, right? I mean, it's I think that would be it would be maybe an angle to take, your design of this reef. I would definitely love to see it. So I hope to kind of, stand here in a month time or a bit longer and see your kind of ideas of what that could be too.
Yes, exactly. Thank you.
I was really, it is really a beautiful presentation today. Thank you. And I think what I really appreciate is the clarity that you reached now in terms of, on one side, illustrating the case study of the Honeyman Museum and this kind of fascinating project. And I really like the way you talk about it in terms of, scientists are training corals to spawn more than once, or to essentially develop new resilience to different environmental conditions, or to potentially stressful environmental condition, right? But on the other hand, of course, the setup of the ornament is a very classical lab style setup, where everything is somehow contained and computer controlled and a small scale. And what you are making is the case for that model to be embedded in a landscape, in a larger landscape, through a set of transpositions, let's say, that you are proposing, that are very much at this moment understood through the lens of a satellite monitoring technology. Now you are proposing to introduce an element of artificial intelligence to, I would imagine, simulate or bring that kind of learning process from, let's say, the confined tank of the lab to what is a much more complex ecosystem, which would then need this kind of constant feedback loop and kind of improvement and learning. One aspect that perhaps is missing to me in this case is the more kind of tectonic element, in a sense. Obviously corals have themselves a complex morphology, which is very much also adapted to the conditions of the site and co-evolved with that. But also they have a kind of relationship with human activities in these areas. And so what I'm thinking is, what is the role of the scientist here? For example, like in the ornament, they will probably just to simply spend their time in the lab room. What would happen here? Like, would scientists spend most of their time underwater, diving, or would they be somewhere in the world with their computer programming AI tools and remotely controlling autonomous robots? Or is the scenario more related to perhaps empowering local communities to become part of a form of a citizen science project in collaboration with remote scientists working on the coding and computational elements? I mean, I'm just speculating here, but I think there is a case for you to bring to the forefront now much more vividly a scenario where, of course, different systems collaborate, but also they can do that in many different ways. And I think what I like about you is that obviously you're very passionate about this project and contest, and you also have a very clear personality, I think. And so I'm sure you will have a certain inclination towards what kind of a scenario you would like to see happening there, and so what kind of scenario your project would want to support or facilitate in terms of this kind of a coevolution, right? So that's where I think also the kind of AI drawing experiment becomes interesting, because obviously now you're still learning the technique, but I think also for me it's important that while you learn the technique, you also inquiry what kind of scenario you want that to help you visualize, right? In terms of who is in fact operating in that context and how, right? So for me, that's the sort of key aspect for the next few weeks, and I think it could just bring this vision to a much more vivid sort of fruition. And I think it would be really exciting to see.
Actually, I think that what Marco said, it's really making the point. What is really interesting for me here is that you're dealing with an agency that has a very strong pattern, no? And as we have learned, patterns are a form of intelligence. And you are cultivating patterns, so you are cultivating forms of intelligence. And my question would be how this synthetic form of intelligence are going to have a distinctive nature and a distinctive morphology from the natural one, no? And that also depends on the kind of, or let's say, or better, how much freedom in your system, freedom from control, are you willing, to allow in the system, no? Because it's a little bit like that. If you control it to the extreme, then are you going to come out with the replica of the natural system? Because that's the tendency, it's a mimetic tendency that we all have. But what is gonna happen when your control is set loose in certain condition or in certain part of the system? And is going to inform very much how the final morphology of the system is going to evolve. And that's, for me, it's what is interesting, because it's so much charged with the notion of pattern, related to the really Batesonian notion of patterns, that I think you should try to understand the degrees of control and freedom you want to set up in the system.
Thank you. That's a very, very good point.
Yes. Yeah, I think there is also a question of terminology and connection between some component of this group and of the first group that presented are also part of the theory course. And I think you should try, the two projects don't need to be aligned, but you should try to use the glossary that you develop in the theory course to connect also to your project on one side, and on the other side, for example, Maria's comment during your theory presentation was, why don't you connect with some of the project in the lab as well? So the first project you could connect with are some of the projects you're doing. So use some of the visual both from archive of information of previous project for the people that are doing theory and not with us, but for you that are with us, even using images from your project. In that sense, I make a simple example when, of course, in terms of development of the technique of this course, the machine learning has been introduced just 1 week ago or not, or similar. So it's a recent development. I think there are elements that we can expand. But when you are investigating a landscape and talking about the artificial form of intelligence of the landscape, and we did a lot of research on that, and you have been speculated on this aspect of ecology and intelligence and cognition also in your theory course, then when you introduce this last part to the project, then you should be able to conceptualize it or connect it to the brief in a deeper manner, right? Rather than the way in which it's been somehow presented, one that seem a little bit disjuncted. So you should try to connect these different realm of knowledge that you are working with, and that's also the reason why we are somehow creating this jury where we see different projects from different courses, year 2, year 3, and theory, so that you might be able to trace correlation. And in particular, for people that are in more than one course, this correlation should become even more explicit, I think.
Definitely.
I think this also will bring a more clear direction in terms of your point or the point you're making on the deployment of artificial intelligence in this kind of projects. Because again, of course, now you just work 1 week with that, but we still, we're not computer scientists. We are not here to necessarily, revolutionize AI from the point of view of the coding itself. But on the other hand, I think there is certainly a contribution that we can give from the point of view of the scenario or the conceptual and material framework within which AI is deployed. And I think this is a very relevant conversation because, especially in relation to what Ilaria was mentioning, the question of control. We could argue that most applications of artificial intelligence these days are still very much within this framework of increasing the level of control in the faces, in the faces of increasing complexity, right? So the AI is deployed to give us, a kind of deeper level of control, even in very complex situations. But on the other hand, also in terms of the narrative, we were looking, I was encouraging you to read this book that was talking about, for example, AI in pig farming in China and so on. And, there are literally in this moment, hundreds of young people your age spending their day training AI algorithm in rural China, looking at pigs, looking at photos of pigs, and just saying, okay, good, bad, well, unwell, stressed, not stressed, and just simply inputting data. It's crazy, right? And this is going towards obviously training algorithms to be able to recognize or to even predict, the health of pigs, growing in high density farms, in total artificial environments, right? It's a quite dystopic scenario, but it's happening, and people that are literally hundreds of young guys your age spending all their day inputting data in these algorithms to train them. So what would be your scenario in this context, for example? I mean, do you see like hundreds of people swimming every day, checking the coral and inputting, the status of health of each individual little coral thing to the algorithm so that the algorithm can predict and can, give you a much higher chance of controlling and intervening in time to guarantee the resilience and the growth of this artificial reef? Maybe maybe yes, but then who are these people? Who pays them? What kind of life they do? Is it fun? Is it horrible? I don't know. I think that's the kind of a scenario that I think you will need to be bringing in here. And I think looking also at the parallel, like it's very important. Like I think you need more research in that level, like AI, you know, what does it mean to implement AI at this level? And you know, obviously you through your drawing technique, through your cycle gun technique, you can bring that to the forefront, you can visualize that. But on the other hand, I think you needed to have also a kind of more actual knowledge of, you know, how it works now in the most extreme cases that we have seen, and you know how it may work in the future if we implement your vision, right?
Yeah, if I may add to that, I think a very good application for that is the photo recognition software to make it a bit more automated, since the divers are currently spending hours of time in the water doing this work, which can also be done through image processing. So taking photos and training the data within the photos to recognize the condition or health of corals or the growth progress and everything. I think that'd be a good application in that direction for instance.
But it could also be an interface to stimulate a new kind of tourism, for example, that, you know, it's involved in this type of processes. So I don't know. I mean, I think that's where it becomes interesting anyway. You know, like when you start to bring these much more clear, tangible elements in the drawing, in the narrative, and then all of a sudden we can begin to speculate about different scenarios, right? Because I mean, obviously, one of the issues is that despite everyone being more or less aware that, you know, coral reefs are endangered and that's a big problem, it's still very difficult to feel, you know, what is the matter. I mean, still, you know, like from our day-to-day life, I mean, we don't know. I'm sure the people that spend all their day diving there, checking, etc., have a much more poignant picture of, you know, what's going on. And again, is there something that can be done also at that level, you know, in terms of you know, creating a deeper interface that brings different type of interests and stakeholders into the project remotely and in person, you know? And I think that's all kind of in a way implicit in your discourse, but I think it will be just very, very interesting to bring it out.
This is really interesting comment, and I also actually wanted to just connect to what you have shared with me yesterday. And obviously we don't have yet the results, but there might be possibility for you to explore the coral reef changes through a certain type of processing, through the satellite images. So I think this will be also very interesting if you will be able to retrieve this data following the tutorial that we have found, and therefore at least map, let's say, changes in the coral reef in the past, and therefore predict or create estimation if this is actually a good tool, for example, to even, let's say, evaluate the health of the ecosystem of the coral reefs through the satellite, through this certain type of processing. Well done, beautiful project, and we are all looking forward to your further steps. And now I would like to invite another theory group to present, and we will have, we will see the theory group number 3 presenting presented by Marina, Sofia, Larissa, Luis, and Julian.
Hello.
Hi.
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 Hi. Hello.
So welcome to our presentation of our work in progress definition of synthetic landscapes. And just as a little explanation of our working method, I wanted to add that our definition works as a kind of layered definition in which each sub-definition covers a specific line of thought, building up a more holistic definition of the term in question. So I want to start from a posthumanist point of view.
that decentralizes the human from questions of ethics to encourage choices that take into consideration all forms of life. As Rosie Braidotti puts it, life, far from being codified as the exclusive property or the unalienable right of the species, the human over all others, or of being sacralized as a pre-established given, is posited as process, interactive and open-ended. This vitalist approach to living matter displaces the boundary between the portion of life, both organic and discursive, that has traditionally been reserved for anthropos, that is to say bios, and the wider scope of animal and non-human life, also known as Zoe. So this post-humanist view, alongside other post-anthropocentric thinkers like Emanuele Coccia with his phytocentrism or Tomás Saraceno with his aerocentrism, enable me to define a synthetic landscape beyond its etymological meaning as a constructed or compounded tract of land with its distinguishing characteristics, as being fundamentally post-anthropocentric, allowing us to view a synthetic landscape as a tract of land that has been constructed by multiple entities, human and non-human, the ethers of synthetic landscapes.
So my definition of synthetic landscape starts from the aspect of ecology and consists of 3 points. So firstly, the importance of defining ecology, which according to Felix Guattari consists not only of the environmental dimension, but also of a social and mental dimension. And I quote, "We need new social and aesthetic practices, new practices of the self, relation to the other, the foreign, the strange, a whole program that seems far removed from current concerns. And yet, ultimately, we will only escape from the major crisis of our era through the articulation of a national subjectivity, a constant mutating socius, and an environment in the process of reinvented." And secondly, the question arises who the designer of the landscape is or will be. And it can be human, non-human, artificial, human, artificial, and so on. And lastly, we have to define the circumstances, as Guattari also explains, that we live in. For example, this picture shows a man walking on kind of green hill, but in reality, this picture was shot by a huge trash landfill in India. And the man that seems now like a sort of Indian guru, in reality is a garbage collector that lives in a nearby slum. So the meaning of the picture is changing, but there's still an aesthetic in it. And also Zizek says that a true ecologist has to love trash and should be horrified at perfect gardens, like a lover sees imperfection, sees perfection in imperfection. And according to him, we have to find an ecology without nature, and we have to demystify nature, and we have to accept that nature is neither good or bad.
So what else is synthetic landscape? Synthetic landscape is the awareness of being a subject among other subjects. And it is about realizing that landscape isn't just a blank sheet for the projection of human desires, but it's a sprawling network of interconnection without any clear center or edge. It's a network of relations, of subjects, human and non-human. And it is about taking into account that this network stretches around all of us from the micro to the macro scale. And it is the recognition that landscape itself becomes the carrier of meaning for each and every subject. And von Uexküll says, and I quote, "Every subject spins out like the spider's threads its relations to certain qualities of things and weaves them into a solid web which carries its existence. Each and every subject lives in a world in which there are only subjective realities, and that environments themselves represent only subjective realities. So synthetic landscape involves not only accepting, but promoting and encouraging these realities and their relation to each other. And it's about realizing that landscape is not only water, rocks, and trees, but it's also thoughts, wishes, and fantasies inside human and non-human heads.
This section of our definition of synthetic landscape is about speculative realism. The human being is not in the center here. That means an autonomous reality is created, which is independent of the human being and his consciousness. Graham Haman has formulated this very aptly. What would beauty without human look like? Yet the point is not to seek beauty in an imagined world without humans or other living agents, but simply to deny that beauty is a subjective human projection onto otherwise dead gray matter. The rift between an object and its own qualities always happens for some other perceiving entity, but nonetheless takes place in the beautiful object itself. The difference between beauty in nature and beauty forget by the human subject vanishes once the latter is released following its creation like a rounded bird into the wild. Finally, by hybridizing nature and object, it is merely neither purely artificial nor purely natural. A synthetic landscape is created. Humans are not the focus. It is non-anthropocentrism. That means all objects, relations, both humans and non-humans exist on the same level with each other. As you can see, also in this example of Thomas Saraceno, Hybrid Web, their nature and the object were inwoven with man and told a story of hybrid relationships.
Hi. Manuel de Lande speaks about the universe itself may be viewed as a grand symphony of material expressivity. But who's the composer of that symphony? Kenneth Frampton points out a sequence of events can create an architecture that can respond sensitively to local differences while maintaining overall stability. And these sequence of events are, according to the Italian group Archizoom, back in the 17th, is system. And I quote them, the idea of inexpressivity, Catonic architecture, outcome of the expansive form of logic of the system and its class antagonist, a liberating architecture corresponding to a mass democracy, devoid of demos, devoid of kratos, people in power, and both centralist and imageless. And this system nowadays is more or less like the globalization, mainly represented by the digital world. And this is why I come to my definition. The synthetic landscape is a sequence of events that manifest themselves in the landscapes. These events become metadata and the landscapes becomes the network of the globalized digital world, enabled by the algorithmic quantification of effects. The object, the architecture, the cities and the landscapes are products of our input into this globalized digital world. And this is why I came to my title, Architecture as a Different Form of Us. Thanks for your attention, and we are interested in your thoughts and questions.
Thank you, guys. It was really nice. I leave the floor to the rest of the jury.
Thank you, Ilaria. I just have maybe one question. I don't know if the question is for the student or on you directly, but I was just thinking about the previous comment that we did also for the previous group in order to understand the connection between the image and the theoretical part. And I don't remember if it was the same case for the previous presentation, but what struck me in this presentation was that we have sort of image per, let's say, per person or per sort of group of thoughts. And I would be curious if this was sort of a brief, or if the next step could be elaborating the visual language in a way that we see set of images that keep us intrigued. I have to say for myself, it's sometimes very difficult to hear many, let's say, long sentences one after another with just one image following. And I was just thinking that whether we could imagine having like set of a visual stimulation where, you know, the image connect to every 5th, 10th word or to every sentence or to, you know, set of thoughts and therefore would sort of allow us to connect.
Maybe I can answer to this because it's from me, in the sense that I told them you have 5 minutes, 5 slides, 1 minute per slide. So I was very strict in terms of keeping the pace with the presentation time, because I knew that we had very strict time. Knowing that we can be a little bit more agile, then I can ask the students to add more images. But this time, being the first time, I just wanted to be very strict. Now, the 2 presentations you have seen, they have a different kind of results. The first one trying to be really synthetic. So they started with a series of quotes, and then synthetically, they came out with one definition that was summarizing all the quotes. This one has followed another system, which is a more layered ones. Therefore, each member of the group took one slide with their own definition, their own thought, and they, on adding up all this definition, you come out with a general idea. So it's 2 completely different hypotheses of work, 2 completely different methodology, but I think that they can work either side. Now, the images is a completely different discourse. I agree with you. We need to work on those in both cases. But let's say that the format is 2 different format. And that's why also I decided to come out with these 2, to give like 2 different possibilities to present quotes and notions and authors, but with a different synthetic logic. One that is kind of summarizing, and another one with infusing, and another one which is by layering. That's it.
Yeah, I absolutely enjoyed. Sorry, Claudia. I was just thinking that maybe even for this slide, like we could have always the same text and having the same presentation that we saw, but the imagery would sort of change or keep its dynamic. I don't know, it was just a thought, but I actually also like the strictness of the presentation as a format that, you know, allow us to really stay sharp. Thank you, Claudia.
Thanks for the presentation. I can see the different method in this case. In fact, I think that somehow the correlation between the text and the image was like clearer, explained more in depth. I struggle more to see the correlation between the different the slide, the narrative. One aspect that I would go more in depth, again, discussing the relevance of visual languages and drawing in theoretical development is, for example, not only, you know, well, both for the text that for the image, try to develop a critical point of view, not only summarizing to us the relevance of whether Archizoom or Zizek or Guattari, or the thoughts or the drawing of a critical architect or critical thinker, but try to be critical on their approach, or try to analyze what for us is relevant and what for us maybe in the definition of synthetic landscape is not relevant at all. Like, for example, it strikes me that you had, there are 3 images that I remember that to me seems from 3 words apart, but of course they can have correlation. The first one is an image from the Synthetic Landscape Lab, is a landscape on the Alps, and it discusses how through the interaction with snow and artificial form of intelligence and automation, we can experience let's say, the traveling across the Alps in a different manner. So from tourism to traveling in a way through the interaction with snow, ice, and artificial form of intelligence that read the landscape. The second one is a photographer that takes, in a way, a very human point of view from my understanding, in which it brings you inside this landscape of trash, but in a way it looks like almost like a romantic image. So it creates this sort of contrast between something that is potentially very, you know, ugly, but at the same time it could look very nostalgic and romantic at the same time, and that creates an association with the Zizek image, I understand. And then we have Branzi, that of course this is well, for me, I would like to say for you, one of the first, computational drawing, although it's not been done by a computer, but with a typewriter, probably an Olivetti one, I don't remember the brand, but, but was a procedural drawing and look at how through the architecture could become an interface for allowing certain form of self-organization. But again, the self-organization Branzi talked about is totally different from the one discussed in the first drawing. So what I would like to see coming out is this correlation and difference. Because of course we talk about waste and remetabolization, but we take a totally different point of view on, I would take a totally different point of view on synthetic landscape from the person taking the photo. And of course, I share the idea of grid and self-organization and flow in the city of Branzi, but then I will take a totally different point of view on the definition of self-organization and, I don't know, weakness itself. Of course, the first project is from the synthetic landscape, so is somehow summarizing the philosophy in terms of drawing technique. So it will be good if when you analyze both the text and the drawing, you would try to see what is positive and what you think actually you disagree with. Because it's not a question that because something has been written or drawn in the past now is perfect, right? It's an example and we just learn from it. We learn from it, but we also take a distance. We develop a critical learning, and that is as valuable for text that it is for drawings. What do we learn from drawings? In which direction can we innovate? What do drawings and visual language can contribute? And these three examples for me are a rather different one from the other. They were quite well explained, but in a way, it would have been, it will be good in the next, in the time that remains to start to articulate this difference and correlate and compare and start to read these multiple point of view that are present in both the text and the drawings. Thank you.
Hey, I was wondering, like, whether the idea was to stick to, let's say, text, like, so, for them to formulate their own definition, or whether there could be also room for them to do an attempt to create one single image of their own making that would I don't know if illustrate, but somehow embody the kind of concept that they are engaging with. Like, in a sense, obviously, we can say that the same as this famous typewriter drawing, or the kind of spider web piece from Saraceno. They are in their kind of artistic dimension, encapsulating a lot of their thinking, and they became kind of symbols in a sense. I was wondering whether the students will be encouraged to do the same and have a one shot at it or not. What is the idea?
Is the question is to me, right, Marco?
No, well, maybe, but I don't know. I mean, it's not even a question. It's just a kind of a comment. In a sense that, no, because I mean, actually, if I put myself in their position, I would be quite, I would be quite keen to give it a go. To see if I can create my version of the typewriter drawing, maybe not with a typewriter, or maybe even with a typewriter, I don't know. But, just, and see, what would come out in terms of embodying, let's say, the definition that I see here, for example, in the bottom left, which, obviously conjures another kind of imagery compared to the one that we see here. So, in a sense, it could be quite interesting to have, for each of them, let's say the Branzi quote with the typewriter drawing, and then in the next page, their own definition with their own, one-shot image, and see what happens.
No, I think
maybe that's not part
brilliant. if they could do it, to be able somehow to come out with their own version, which is not just a textual version, but it's actually the creation of an image, would be great. I'm just not sure that, because they come from all sorts of backgrounds, it's something that I can ask to each one of them, because they are not all designers. So I can push them up to a certain point, but I have to be able to rely a lot on words, on text. So I think it depends on the background of each one of them. If they feel that they can embrace also the graphical part as a creative part, then I would be more than happy to push them for. If it's not their kind of backyard.
I mean, I remember Delanda, for example, playing with codes and in self and
Yes.
trying to generate, which probably was not the most successful part of his work, but at the same time, I always found it quite interesting that even like philosophers or thinkers that would try to engage in some way materially with the algorithms or the notions that they were trying to engage with intellectually, and I don't know, I think that maybe it's something that it could be interesting, at least who feels like doing,
feels like trying. Yeah, absolutely.
In terms of it could be done in like analog means, or with digital means, or with different mediums. I think it could be also quite open, and in that sense, perhaps the example of the spider and the typewriter are very good, because they're just so different, but in a sense they are also brilliant in the way they convey a certain concept also.
And also sensibility, each one of us has a different sensibility. It doesn't mean that it has to be a drawing. It could be even a picture taken from them.
Yeah, exactly.
A collage, whatever.
Picture taken from them, or a collage, or I don't know, a little chemical experiment, or I don't know, like cooking. Cooking
is very fashionable today, so
exactly.
that could be a good one.
Like baking, fermenting. I don't know.
It's true. We'll try to do that. I'll try to see how we can incorporate also a more graphical part to the definition. One that speaks without word, let's say.
Yeah, could be interesting.
A meta definition. We let it open whether visual is the preferred. Marco open up to food and other meta definition. So let's see what happens.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Ilaria. I think if you want, you could leave also some general comments for everything that you have seen
Ilaria,
so far. If you
Teresa,
need to leave.
Teresa told us you need to leave. We don't want to send you out. But
I do have to join the Bartlett Crits now.
So we have another presentation, but if you want to see, if you need to leave, if you want to leave us some general comment on the morning, and then we hope to see you also another time. Thanks a lot for the contribution. And of course, we look forward to see the finals of the theory groups as well.
Well, thanks to you for the invitation. I think that the only comment, the general comment I have is that it's always very impressive to see the aesthetic quality of the output. This is also something that is an underlying experience whenever I see the Synthetic Landscape Lab products. And it's interesting how this aesthetic quality is always related to a very thorough and precise conceptual thinking, which is, I think, is also very inspiring. So for me, the morning was really pleasant because it was very rich. Although I could recognize like the macro areas of investigation, within the macro area, there is so much diversity and so much differentiation that it's incredible, the richness of the output that is coming out. So even in terms of the tools that are used, that are so different from one another. And I think that it's very engaging from a visual point of view. And that's why it's even more important, as we were pointing out many times in the feedback on the theory, that we need to focus very much also on the visuals, because there's so much information that you can't translate into words, but a visual can do, that we cannot forget that dimension, even if we are quoting somebody and trying to support a theoretical position. Thank you so much, and have a good rest of the day. And I'll hope to see you for the last presentation at the end of January.
Perfect. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Bye.
See you soon.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Good. And we will now continue with two more groups from D3 and D4 Studio. So we would have your presentation, let's say, running this time one after another, so we can have, let's say, a bit larger comment in the end that connects. And first one to present would be in vitro group from D3, D4. Which are Pirmin, Simon, and Vanessa.
Hello.
All right. So, since it's already close to lunchtime, and most of us are already thinking of eating, and that's exactly what our project is about. We are now talking about the future of meat consumption. Pictures like the following are shocking our minds. Factory cattle farming with a huge amount of livestock are not on a peak yet. Meat supply chain are getting longer and longer and harms animals and the world. Deforestation because of meat, which not just affects the world, but is also affected by the world, by us. And it's getting on and on. So how did we come so far? What is the reason for all this misdoing is going on around the world? Actually, we figured out that it's all about meat. It's because we are hungry and we, the world's guests, can't be fed enough. Meat production is expanding higher and faster, and with it, the livestock, supply chains, and deforestation are growing and to a never-ending point. But over here in Austria, in this small land in the middle of Europe, meat production is not harming the world, right? If we look at the rest of the world, we are just a small point on the landscape. But actually, this thinking is totally wrong. Actually, we are already on a level with the big players of the world's meat factory. We are producing more meat per capita than our neighbors or some of the meat giants. So it's the fact that we are producing more than we actually need, what we actually eat. And Austria's consumption does still increase, and within the whole production process. But anyway, we are getting meat from abroad, and also we export more than ever. We are actually linked to the world in a really high level, and the supply chains are getting longer and more complex. So what it looks like a sustainable way of farming where we are currently at can be developing to a never wished truth. So is it the future of Austria's farming to become from this to this picture we have seen at the beginning, which still shocks our mind? Is it the future of Austria, the present of Colorado? So what can we do against it? How can we leave this path of environment harming factory farming? And can we maybe give back Mato Grosso, the land we destroyed because of our hunger?
So as Pimin told you, there are a lot of problems for our future. So we created a solution for the future. It's called cell-based agriculture, also called in vitro meat or clean meat. So in vitro meat is in the lab produced meat, which is produced in the lab without antibiotic hormones, and it's really healthy because we can decide what we want to put into the meat, how much fat we want to put into the meat, how much proteins we would put into the meat, and we decide how healthy is the food. Also has the clean meat, also like it's called clean, no antibiotics, no hormones, and it's created without any ethical issues. That means that no animal has to be harmed to create this meat. On the next slide, you see a little diagram where we try to describe really shortly how in vitro meat is produced. So first of all, like you see on the right side, we take a tissue of a cow. You actually cannot take a tissue of every other animal, where we decided to focus on our presentation and our actually hope project on cows. We put this basket biopsy into a bioreactor and get out stem cells. On the other side, we take algae and FBS, what's also created of algae, and make a plant-based serum. We combine this into a bioreactor and put into this fat cells and electrical impulses, and into 3 to 4 weeks, we get our meat. It's really important to say that in vitro meat was 2013, the first piece of in vitro meat was created for 100 grams for $250,000. And now it's possible in 2020 to go to Israel in a luxury restaurant and get in vitro meat. We have also future questions we want to focus actually on. And the first one is how we can design in vitro meat, because we can now give in vitro meat every form we want. And on the next slide, actually, you can see that 3D printing is a possible solution for designing in vitro meat, but not only not the only one. Based on this fact, we decided for a site that's called Braunau. First of all, sorry. Here you can see actually what we want to reach with our project. On the left side, you see actually a supply chain, which what is our normal supply chain now. We have a long, long way till we get our meat. We want to change this. We want to change that. We have a biopsy from the laboratory, and we get this biopsy and put it to private producer and public producers via home farming, street farming, and make a little supply chain really local and really healthy without any other disadvantages. So on the next slide, we decide to focus our site analysis on the Braunau in Austria, because it's really local to us, and it's in Austria one of the most cattle producers, also not only cattle producers, also to producers of the food for the cattle. And on the other side, you see Vienna and a really local supply chain that we want to change also this local supply chain into a really small one in Braunau. As Pimin showed you us in the slide afterwards, here you see the field analysis from Braunau from April to November, where you can see the change of the landscape and how many space is producing farming from cattle, also as from food for the cattle. On the next slide, actually, now you see the little slide from Braunau, and here you can see the topographic as well as the high settled areas. Then afterwards, we tried to create the hydrographic power stations out of this and make power supply network. With this, we can actually feed and supply our new area we want to produce. After that, we paid, based on this, a regional power supply network. And also, what you see on the next page, we differences out the streets from Braunau. And in the following, we want to show you the little sites which we will try to create the new network.
With our concept, we try to avoid the negative aspects of the current meat production as far as possible. In addition to the ethical aspect, this also includes the environmental impact as low as possible. Outsourced mass production and routes are replaced by a local network and short delivery routes, whereby the meat in the entire production chain leave the location. The serum can be obtained on site by means of a biopsy. Back, please. The serum can be obtained on site by means of a biopsy without harming the animal. Distribution centers are planned within a city that will first process the serum and then distribute it to all producers in the next step before it is fed back into the network. Next slide, please. This network of the distribution is formed in the first step by supermarkets, but can also be linked more finely by small street stations across the whole city. Next, please. And in the last chapter, we want to give you a proposal how our meat could be designed. Therefore, we designed an in vitro meat. We are based on natural meat products and want to show how this product can be understood in a new way. Muscle and can be arranged in any relation to one another. And microscopic analysis of conventional meat structures provides an understanding of the composition. Next, please. By means of machine scanning, a wide variation of configuration achieved that come very close to conventional meat in terms of taste, but also combine a design aspect. This was our presentation about in vitro meat, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And I would ask the silkworm team to present, and then we have a comment for both of the groups at the same time. Verena and Fatma from silkworm team.
Okay, our project is named Seri Escape because we want to escape the traditional form of the silk industry, which is harmful to environment, workers, and animals. But first of all, we want to explain you what silk farming, so-called sericulture, is about. Sericulture is composed of the two words, seri for silk and culture for rearing. Sericulture is a science which deals with various aspects of silkworms. It's an agro-based cottage industry of which the end product is silk. And mulberry silk is also called Mori silk, whereas non-mulberry silk is called Wanya silk. Silk is produced by a silkworm spit, which helps them spinning a cocoon. After the cocoon stage, a move emerges after 3 to 4 days. Short time after laying 30 to 500 eggs, the female moth will die and the cycle starts again. In traditional silk industry, once their cocoons is finished, silk is harvested for human consumption by killing the insect in boiling water. It takes about 5,000 silkworms to make 1 kilo of silk. There are 3 main branches in sericulture.
The first is the mariculture, which is the mulberry cultivation. So the only plant our silkworms would or can eat. And the second is the silkworm rearing, which is about the egg production and the larval stage management. And then the silk reeling and weaving and producing the end product, the silk material. So we did a concept diagram on how to build our own silk farm, beginning with the landscape scale on how and where to plant the mulberry trees, which sort of tree and what else the tree can produce except for leaves as food for silkworms. The products of the mulberry tree are, for example, the mulberry fruit, which can also be processed further to wine. From the mulberry leaves, powder can be extracted, which is boiled with water to become mulberry core, sort of food for the silkworms. In the lab part, the development of the larva is being monitored and improved by supervising the worms' health, which is very fragile, and the worm can quickly die of different disease and infect other worms. By developing our own intelligent system to track the worm's health and behavior, we can find a remedy and grow the most productive and fastest growing worms, which will lead to a reduction of cocoon spinning time. Therefore, we started our research by getting our own worms and observing their behavior and needs. So we will get to the lab part now. In the lab, the silkworm is being nurtured by feeding it with mulberry core or fresh leaves. 100 silkworms can eat about 70 grams of core in their life, which is 100 grams of powder. And the silkworm can get a size of 10 centimeters and would shed 3 times in his life. Unfortunately, the silkworm is very vulnerable for disease, which is being watched and optimized in the lab. There are 2 ways of processing the finished cocoon in the traditional silk industry. The larvae are being killed by boiling the cocoon to get a continuous silk thread, but there are more and more research about the silk, and scientists are able to extract the silk protein out of the cocoon and reproduce the silk thread of artificial, which means then that the move can emerge from this cocoon, because it doesn't matter if the cocoon is broken or not. So now we want to show you what we were able to observe from our silkworms that we had for 1 generation from the larva to move. At first, some measurements on them to track their growth over time while exposing them to different conditions. We divided them into 2 groups and feed the first group every day and this group every 3 days. After a few days, we could already see a change on the first group of the silkworms had grown a lot quicker than the second one, but also stayed healthier and less died than in group 2.
Yeah, and for the spinning process, we exposed them to different environments. So there were platforms, boxes, and weavy surfaces. The platforms didn't work at all for us because the worm would always crawl down to look for a corner or something more protected to start spinning. But the other enclosures on the other hand, worked well, while the worm would start spinning a lot faster in the box than on the other surface after finding the right corner for them. And about 30 out of 50 worms would start spinning in one of the upper corners. So they would always climb up the wall and build their cocoon in a corner on the top. But many also built a cocoon close to another one and put another silkworm and put their web upon the other, like this one. Generally, the animal's behavior is similar to the behavior of gregarious animals, and they would always crawl upon each other and look for another worm to stay with them. That's also one reason why they get ill so quickly, because they would always infect each other by staying so close in a group. On the weepy surfaces, the worms were a little confused at the beginning and had to explore it first before they started spinning, but they also looked for edges or cave-like shapes, so the more protected areas. And yeah, so now we know a lot of how the silkworms behave and what they prefer in terms of environments, so we can shape our rearing system to these parameters. And then we focused more on the landscape part of our project. First of all, we have to be aware of the fact that the fashion and therefore the silk industry is causing a lot of environmental pollution, and most of the production is not sustainable at all. With Asia being the biggest producer of silk, while Europe is one of the biggest importer, we want to change this flow by locating our farm in Europe, more specifically in Austria. And the main reason that the biggest silk fabrics are in Asia is the climate, which is very suitable for the mulberry tree there. The mulberry tree needs sandy soils and a pH value of 5.5 to 6.5, and the hardiness zones from 6 to 9 for optimated growth. And as we are well aware of that the climate in Austria is much different than the one in Asia, but when we look at the hardiness zones across Europe, we can see that due to climate change, it will get a lot warmer, and therefore the hardiness zones get shifted from zones 5 and 6 to zones 6 and 8 in Austria, and therefore preserve a more suitable climate for the mulberry tree. And then we specified an area of 100 on 100 kilometers in Tyrol and analyzed it in winter and summertime. So this is in July, in summertime. And at first we took the infrared radiation, which shows the synthetically active vegetation here in the summer. And here we can see a satellite picture of the area in the winter and the infrared radiation in winter, which is almost non-existing because it's snow everywhere. And yeah, then we have the elevation map here, which will help us to analyze the topography and later the steep or flat surfaces. And on this slide, we can see the vegetation index in winter, which is showing, similar to the infrared filter, the active vegetation, but is also filtering it for different parameters and shows if the vegetation is healthy or not. So here the golden areas are the healthy vegetation. And here is the same for summer. So obviously we can see a much larger golden area. And on the slide, we use the water index that is showing the wetness and moisture of the soil in blue, which shows a big area here. But that's most probably because that's in winter time and there's a lot of snow, which might also falsify the data a bit. But then we did a solar radiation analysis where the blue parts being the area with almost no sunlight at all, until the yellow, orange, and the red areas that show the most sunlight hours. So that's the best spot for our mulberry plantations because the trees would like it warm as possible. And in the next step, we analyzed the infrastructure in the environment and marked the villages with red circles here, and then found the shortest connection from the villages to the red zones. So where, based on the solar radiation, the areas with most sunlight are. And based on these informations of the maps, we want to find the overlapping areas which are best suitable for the plantation and develop a system of best planting options with these parameters. Thank you.
Cool, thanks. So we can open up and comment on these two projects, but also maybe on final remarks on the day, as we've been running quite late and we will have further meeting with a different group this afternoon. So if there are any comment on these two groups or in general on the day, then they will be welcome. Thank you.
If I may jump in for for a brief comment on the in vitro meat project. Congratulations to your presentation. It's a very convincing synopsis in terms of the meat production and consumption. Sometimes you could have the impression that because you have been talking about hunger, that the question is about is it always about hunger or oversaturation or insatiability? I think your drawings they're convincing, but content-wise, sometimes mainly on the path of conventional behavior patterns. And I think here the reflection on systemic archetypes could be valuable. For example, is the intervention just about shifting the burden, or is it about healing the symptoms? Which causalities are to be observed? Will there be a reinforcing or a balancing feedback with the intervention, or will there just be delays? What are the consequences of which interventions? And I think it could be interesting in this scenario also to speculate about a merely post-human scenario, maybe to frame this as a animal and machinic autonomy, autonomous sphere at all, which reminds me on the first project, Buffalo project. Thanks.
I think, I mean, just to follow from Stefan's comment, I think he made a very good point. I think, personally, I think both projects have the possibility to become really exciting and convincing projects. I think that because the topics are super relevant and interesting. I think in my mind, I almost feel like that what is limiting you at this point, it's not so much the lack of work but it's really a sort of intellectual it's a sort of limitation in your intellectual understanding of the framework of the studio and the synthetic landscape lab in more broadly. And I think that I'm not entirely sure about your background on how did you get here, and in that sense, I don't know if you were part of Ilaria course, theory course or not, but I think you would definitely benefit from a dive into the conceptual and intellectual premises of the course, because the material is there. I mean, you have you have a very good starting point, but there is the narrative, I think, especially in the case of the meat, but I think also the second project a little bit, the narrative tends to follow very conventional lines of discussion, like from the problem and the impact on the planet, and then we can solve it with this new technology of the meat, or we can solve it with this new kind of application of intelligence, etc. And I think that's not really the kind of a conceptual framework we are trying to investigating here. And I think in that sense, this also prevents you to really capitalize on the quality of your drawings and on the qualities of your investigations. I mean, for example, all the work you have done, the second group, the work you have done with the silkworms on the investigation, the silkworm is a really, really exciting, and it's very original. And I mean, there is a lot of interesting material that can be extrapolated there, and the way you connect that to an analysis of the landscape, it's very fascinating. Again, I'm very familiar with the fact that the cultivation of silkworms was very present also on the Alpine region in the Italian side, in Piedmont and so on. It was a very, very strong industry which disappeared because it couldn't compete with Asian production in terms of economy mainly. And so I think there is a very clear context. There is a very clear context which I think you could bring to the forefront much more clearly in terms of what was there before, and but really culturally and not just in terms of the environmental problem, whatever. No, I mean just like a much more. I think there is a much more poignant and beautiful cultural context for this kind of industry in the region that you're looking at, which you should just bring forward because it's just beautiful to know more about. And then there is again, and then if you bring that forward, I think then your experiment with the growing silkworm and the little, they will immediately be recontextualized into a narrative that is much richer culturally and in terms of beauty and in terms of connection with the territory, with the landscape, which automatically you will have a fantastic narrative, and you can easily forget about the typical, the narrative of the end of the world and all the problem with the environment, etc., and bring to the forefront a much more exciting piece of history and how we may be engineering that in the context of the region that you're looking at. So I think, honestly, I think you need more research, you need more readings. I think I would probably spend the vacation period just like reading one book per day if you can, and then really dive into the conceptual framework of the studio on one side, dive into research into the past of silkworm cultivation in the region, but also look at the Italian side, look at Piedmont, look at the Lombardy. There's a lot of stuff there, really fascinating. And yeah, and then I think you will automatically realize that you have already amazing work in your hands, and you just need to look at it with the kind of passion of a designer and really tease out the beauty of it and tease out the cultural relevance of it, which, by the way, will have ramification, of course, in the environmental conversation, in the question of, the economic of the global market, and, and all these kind of other aspects that are fundamental of, the era in which we are living today. And I think similar things for the meat aspects, although I have to say that the meat project, I still struggle to see the point of it and the focus of it, and also I still struggle to see what is the original contribution that you're bringing in that sense. I don't feel that there is an element where I can see clearly, okay, whether it's the 3D printing of the meat or whether it's the analysis of the territory or whether it's, I still don't see where this is landing in a sense. And again, I think also for you, it's not necessarily lack of work, but I think it's more, a kind of intellectual ability to read and to see what you're doing into the context of the studio. And so I think at some point you feel, I think for that reason, you are a little bit lost sometimes, and you're kind of following different line of inquiries still. But maybe some of the guests can help us in that.
But maybe to say from the guest side, in any cases, looking for all the projects in general of the Studio 3 and 4, as well as these two last projects, I think you are really bringing the most innovative technologies to the discussion. And I think kind of the value of your projects are incredible. And I'm pretty impressed by the quality of your talk, by the ideas that you are bringing. And actually, I need to say that you are quite brave and cutting edge in the field of architecture, because you're basically trying to relate all these technologies with the landscape. So I would maybe say that, yes, it's not very clear for me yet. How do you relate, for example, this technology that you are bringing in both cases of these presentations, towards the transformation of the landscape? But still, I think that maybe now in the midterm, maybe we're actually in the right moment to stop a bit, start to read and think a bit more on the work that you have done. And as Marco was suggesting you to kind of spend this break for reading and researching a bit more and thinking on the quality of work that you have produced. Because sometimes it's you have the material to present the next step, even in your presentations, but maybe there is not enough of elaboration of the way you talk about the project. But anyway, I think it's a beautiful work, and I'm impressed by the experiment with the silkworms. I strongly suggest my guys, Florian, Leah, and team of the ants to see the this project as the reference. So yeah, congrats guys for the work. And overall of the studio, I think it's really, really beautiful.
Maybe I can just jump in with some general comments. And actually, like before doing that, I've been kind of trying to tell myself, like trying to understand what takes could this in vitro meat project take. The thing is that I'm actually struggling. I understand your problem here. The point is, like, obviously your argument, I mean, that the topic that you have chosen for yourself is actually extremely controversial. And at least for me, I mean, I struggle with the idea that, you know, it's like to choose like it's a little bit like a recycling plastic project, right? Where, you know, we are looking at the best way for recycling, but the real issue is that, you know, we shouldn't kind of use plastic at all anymore and look at alternatives to it. So I'm not sure if it's really fitting here, but I mean, it's like, and somehow I can't even argue with the fact that you guys don't have criticality, because you do have criticality. But my feeling is like, you know, with this idea of the fact that how long the production chain is, right, for instance. But I really kind of struggle. I mean, it seems that the critical angle that you're taking is not having enough of an input. For instance, another thing that I think you should really completely question is like, it's like, even like, and you are trying to do that, but then you are not product designer. So why in that way? But like, why do we need to actually have something that is actually, you know, not meat, but it is like this idea of the cleanness of the meat, right? I mean, it's like, is it really clean? I mean, is it and again, I take another parallelism. It's like crypto art. I mean, what can you imagine more clean than that? But no, actually no, because the machines that are actually used in order to encrypt it, they actually use a lot of energy. So somehow I feel that you are embracing this type of logic, but not deep enough, right? I mean, do we really need this? And if we do, what would really be the benefit for it? Or we can't, you know, take from, you know, perhaps like a different type of consumption, or, you know, it's like, again, I just don't want to go too much into the detail, but I think you should really possibly rewind a little bit and look at the input that you're doing. For instance, like if you are criticizing the production chain and you think that the only issue is on the production and the length on the production chain, I personally don't think so. But then, you know, all you are doing, you are taking these little production chains and you are kind of spreading that in the city, and it doesn't, because you are not probably looking at an analysis of that is a situated analysis of the current production chain and looking at how that would possibly change. And I think it's a little bit like shortcoming in the way you're also like applying your own alternative methods in a way. So maybe you should try to think really what could be a critical angle and as well, but also like measure the breadth of your response a little bit more, perhaps without really spending too much energy, and be a little bit more, try to get a better angle on that faster. I hope this helps really, because I think I generally really like controversial projects. You really should kind of be much more decisive about what you're doing. I think.
I guess the point is that it's not controversial enough. Like, I mean, their narrative, it's not controversial enough. I mean, maybe that's the whole point of the project, to try to bring the controversy of the question to the forefront, in a sense, right? Even like in a very banal way, like why do we need in vitro meat, and why do we need to 3D print it so that it looks like a real steak, for example? No,
absolutely.
I mean, that's an interesting problem. I mean, and I think, kind of around that, you could construct a whole narrative that is 10 times more interesting than the usual one, or we are destroying the forest. I mean, we all know that, and the point is that how do we question, the whole system from a perspective that is original and that can reveal, some new angle to that controversy, I think.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And also like why do people that are actually going to this very expensive and elitarian restaurant pay so much to have like this sort of artificial construct? It's interesting. I mean, again.
And then there is a Salt Bay, with the golden steak, which now, the vegan celebrities go and pay £2,000 to eat, because then they put it on Instagram. That's the kind of crazy kind of multiple level of implications of these crazy things.
I think the very critical thing is that when you actually look at this little, they have this picture of this in vitro, like piece of meat that looks like, I mean, the whole point why we are actually kind of connecting to the specific image is that it looks like meat. If it would look like, a soya sausage, we wouldn't be here discussing it, right? I mean, it's like, because we would think, I mean, it's the same nutrients, we still get proteins, it's actually done from plants, and but it looks like a soya sausage. So in reality, the way we actually kind of relate to this, particularly when we think about food, it's a key point. And I guess if you guys can reflect upon this specific point, it would really, elevate the project somehow.
I think there is a question of how you somehow reconceptualize some of the premises of your project and become more critical, and then make your proposal, because we know that the question of 3D printing the meat, we've been looking at case studies of an example of designers that did that, I think, more than 10 years ago already in London. And what is the relevance of in vitro meat? If I would look at it from a personal point of view, for example, as you know, I have very much of an interest in microalgae, but one of the problems I have with vegetable protein is that often when they grow in a complex organism, have a contact of oily presence that I don't particularly fancy, which is superior to the meat and fish based protein, or is different. So what will be, I think, relevant to understand is that what are the tastes that we appreciate, and how do we maybe create new landscape that is not about in vitro meat, but in terms of, developing or growing artificial or synthetic landscape of food. Which direction can we go? What do we grow, and why? What is the relevance of that, and what is that we think is missing at the moment in this type of conversation? I think then maybe the project might remain the same, but at least you should have a critical point of view and analyze more in depth what are the elements that you think are relevant of these, and what are the ones that, yeah, are less in this sense, in this project. But then go, Apostolos.
Okay. If I can add something, I think that a little bit of a problem is that you are basing a lot of your project on conventional elements. For example, what if you eliminate the idea of the meat or the vegetables and so on, and you talk about the general idea of the food? Or, for example, the use of the 3D printer is a machine that limits you in a certain way, in the design or in the production. What if you are talking not about a 3D printer, but about a fabricator in general? And also about the project with the meat production, there was a very interesting element that I think you didn't go in so much in depth, which is the transport of the meat and the food. And I think this is an opportunity for you, for example, to try to speculate on a way that you can transfer this new form of food, for example, through digital means or through the internet. And there could be a decentralization of this idea of food production, for example, not in farms, but in a very decentralized way. But in general, I really, if I can just conclude with the studios, I really enjoyed the presentation, and the visual quality is stunning on all of the projects. I don't know if I will be in the final presentations, but I would really like to see the final results of your projects.
Thanks, Apostolo. We opt for the final presentation to organize in-person event. We don't know yet whether this will be possible. Thanks everybody for the comment. And then at some point after 4 years of synthetic landscape lab, we should start to understand how we collect these on a book, or else there should be the website that will come out soon, I hope in January. But Mark and myself are also writing a book. We should consider collecting some of this material there, maybe with some of the contribution from the researcher. Thanks to all the students and the guests we had this morning. This afternoon we go on with another set of session. And well, I let to Teresa to conclude and let everybody know what time we meet again.
Thank you, Claudia. I don't know if there is still a little bit of time for my comment for the last presentation, but I wanted to congratulate you also for the progress that you have done in a short period before the presentation. And I'm really looking forward to see on the Silkworm group how the drawings elaborate further, because we have discussed a lot in past days that could come forward, and you have the tools and the base maps for bringing the techniques and the drawings further. So I'm really looking forward to see that. And from the in vitro team, I actually everything has been said, and I think as it was said already, that it's time to take some, radical decisions. But maybe rather than you received a lot of constructive, critique and ideas, and maybe instead of that, I wanted to share with you some of my thoughts, because while the discussion was going on, I kind of I remembered certain aspects of my own studies at school, and usually I had some very memorable moments on which I remember until now, and keep bringing me forward throughout the projects, was that sometimes shortly before presentation, my teacher would come and say 3 days before presentation that I should forget everything I've done and start from scratch. And you know, when a radical decision starts to come, of course, all your body feels like, no, I have invested so much time in it and I cannot change. But instead, if you know, you allow yourself to you know, reframe the concept or to redraw the drawings again and again and again, actually this is what is bringing you forward. And these were the most sort of useful moments in my own sort of research or studies, where I allowed myself to, you know, take everything from the table down and not forget everything I've done, but, you know, again, start, you know, making a new model or redrawing the whole drawing again. And the result would always become, let's say, more radical, more elaborated. So don't be afraid yourself to, you know, start exploring from scratch again, or from, you know, another angle, and allow yourself to really explore the topic and the drawing, because I think the drawing could be pushed much further, but we will discuss it later. So again, just to conclude, thank you everyone. It was amazing discussion, amazing set of projects, and we will see us all, all the students from the jury. We will keep it this time more internal. So I would like to thank all our external jury, Anna Rita, Stefan, Apostolos, for joining us, also Vadim and Artem, and of course Ilaria, who already left, for joining us for this presentation. And we will have a little more internal presentation of the rest of the studios, but I would like to request all the students to join, because we are learning from other projects and comments on other projects too. And we will see us in half an hour at 3 o'clock, and then divide the session into 2 breakout rooms parallelly for D3 and D2 studios.
Thank
and
you.
see us in the end. Thank
See you
you.
later. Bye bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Bye.
Well done.
Bye.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.